Good morning, my friends. Good morning. Today we have StreamYard issues. I wonder if I'm the only one. Probably not. StreamYard is the platform that many creators live stream on, and today it had issues. So we had to reset, do a couple things, but hopefully you can hear me and see me. And today's day 12 of the Twilight Zone case. That is the Karen Reed trial. Good morning. How is everybody doing today? A lot of discussion yesterday about the black blob that Julianna Nagel saw. And for the first time yesterday, described as a 5 foot to 6 foot long blob. And one of my amazing moderators, Team Brittany, sent me this photo. I want to share it with you because, I don't know, prosecution's been sharing a lot of photos, and it seems to me maybe this is what they're talking about, or maybe this is what she's talking about. Here's the photo that the prosecution, the Commonwealth, keeps showing. And remember Julianna Nagel's testimony yesterday that she saw a big black blob in between the fire hydrant and the flagpole. And I wonder if this could be what she was referring to in her admittedly intoxicated state after leaving 34 Fairview around 2 a.m. So I don't know. Could it be? What say you? Just a thought. Looks like a blob, right? People are, looks like a blob. The fan is up. No worries. Don't worry. We're going to get there soon. But thank you, Team Brittany, for sharing this photo with me. And it looks like a blob to me, or it could look like a blob in a yard when it's dark. And apparently their outside lights didn't work. I don't know. I'm just saying. I thought it was curious. I thought I'd share that with you. We have the fan up today so far, and that is it. And we're going to keep it classy today, my friends. We're going to keep it classy because that's what we do here. So no disparaging witness comments, no body shaming, no comments about potential sexual orientation or dirty words or curses. I went back yesterday and I noticed that one of my earlier streams had been demonetized. And I think it was the day that Julie Albert testified and had called Buchanan by a nickname that is also known as a dirty word. And there were a lot of people typing that into the comments or into the chat. And for those of you who don't know, YouTube uses artificial intelligence to scan creators' videos. And when they find stuff like that, they will immediately demonetize it. And it may be a couple of days before you even realize it if you're streaming every single day, twice a day. And not cool. So we're going to keep it classy. We're going to be deleting comments, timing people out. We are better than that. Thank you. We are better than that. Thank you. GP dog drool. We absolutely 100% are. And that's why we just don't tolerate it here. Look, if you want to go and you want to curse and you want to disparage people and you want to talk about their looks, go to Law and Crime, because I don't think they have any moderators there, and you can pretty much say whatever you want and you won't get kicked out. You can just do whatever you want over there. So that may be the place for you if you find it hard to, not be mean. And that's just the fair warning for today. My moderators were really being aggressive yesterday, and that's the way we like it here, especially based on all the personal attacks that I've been getting since I've been covering this case, which are disgusting. If you know, you know, because you've been here with me through it all. So let us stop that. And here is the Law and Crime stream. Something also very interesting that I noticed yesterday, and if we have a chance, maybe we'll go back and listen to it later. So many of you have pointed out that do the McCabes, well, we know that the McCabes have a house on the Cape, right? Do the Alberts have a house on the Cape as well? Because yesterday, when Caitlin Albert was being questioned about those photos of her and Katie McLaughlin at the beach, we may go back and watch it later because the judge kind of started freaking out a little bit when I think it was Yannetti was asking questions about what beach it was and where it was. And she said it was down on the Cape. And then Caitlin's looking at that photo and the judge is looking over at the photo and Caitlin's looking at the judge. And you may remember that during the motion to recuse that we went over a long time ago on a different stream, there were some Venmo receipts that were brought up and held up in court with really on a really big poster board. They call them chalks in Massachusetts. We'd call them trial exhibits here in New York. But there's a Venmo transaction from Julianna Nagel to Ryan Nagel. And in the description of the Venmo transaction, it says for Frank and Beverly. But Beverly is spelled Beverley. And this was just one of the defense arguments for why the judge should recuse herself because of perhaps close personal ties to some of the players in this case, not the defendant, but the precipient witnesses who were at 34 Fairview. And Beverly said, or the judge said, Judge Beverly Canoni said in court, in open court, I do not spell my name that way. I do not know these people. I have never rented out my house on the Cape. But it had been pointed out by viewers to me, and a lot of people have sent me things, that when I think it was Sean McCabe, who told Aidan Carney, when Aidan Carney asked, do you have ties to the judge? Sean McCabe said to Aidan Carney, who, Auntie Bev? You mean the person whose seaside cottage we're going to bury you under? It came out that the McCabes and Judge Canoni live in the same area on the Cape, and in fact, they share the same beach access, very short, narrow beach access to the same beach. So it just, somebody brought it to my attention, little cupcake, that the judge looked like she was getting a little shook when that picture came out. And I wonder if that was the actual beach that the judge goes to in the Cape. I don't know, just something to think about. We can go back and listen to it later and watch it again later. But it was curious to me. Did anybody else notice that too? Good morning, Kimberly. Good morning, Mama Ames. Dan says, wow. Yeah, so I don't know if the Alberts also have a house on the Cape or if they were at the McCabe's house on the Cape. And they were on that same exact beach. And if those beaches have any sort of, I don't know, landmarks. I haven't been to the Cape since I was a kid, but, you know, here our beaches are in the Hamptons. A lot of people have summer homes in the Hamptons. And if you're on Dune Road, you can pretty much, by looking at a photograph, know exactly which beach access you are going into from Dune Road. So, Michael says, did you notice this? Both Nagels between them had eyes on Karen's SUV the entire time. Not good for the prosecution. Yeah, but their testimonies conflict. So you'll see when Ryan comes up, or at least in his statement, he said that Karen's car was there when he was there. And Julianna Nagel said, no, it wasn't. I saw the black SUV pull up 3 times. And by the time I went outside to talk to my brother, it was gone. It was gone. Nothing's really jiving in this case. And I've really seen no evidence that Karen did anything that night. Hit John with her car. There's no evidence that she was drunk. They kept saying that they have video that they were going to show. They talked about it in all their motions, the Commonwealth, that there's video of Karen having something like 9 drinks at CF McCarthy's. And we've already been through the CF McCarthy's testimony. Is there a bartender or an owner from CF McCarthy's who's going to come in and authenticate some more video from that bar? Because I feel like we've seen the witnesses that were at CF McCarthy's. Kurt Roberts, Carrie's husband, and Michael Camerano, who was with John before Karen got there. And then Karen got there. And then, are those all of the witnesses? There was a guy named Sully that was there, who, if anyone, will tell the truth today, says Scott. Good morning, Scott. Another one of my amazing moderators who's retired law enforcement. So if you have any procedural law enforcement questions, I know that Scott is very happy to answer them for you while I am listening intently and talking to all of you. Thank you, Maureen Francis, for the early morning Cash App. You're so generous to this show and a big, big supporter always. And Patty also sends a cash app saying, "For being awesome, you." I appreciate that so much. You know, we've taken a lot of heat for covering this case, and we've been covering it for a very long time, at least, well, not for a very long time, but since January of this year is when we started doing the deep dive on this channel, because for a long time, everyone wanted to stay away from it, including me. And then I thought, well, I'm talking about it. I can't not talk about it. I can't. This is too crazy. I can't not talk about this. This is such an injustice that I can't stay quiet anymore. Charlie Lynn, thank you for gifting 5 memberships so early this morning. I appreciate you. And Mrs. Mojo Horizon, Ms. Mojo Horizon, thanks for being a member for 5 months and says, keep it classy. Jessica, thanks for the super chat. Do you think they really coached all these kids to lie, though? This seems crazy, but there's too many coincidences. I don't know. I don't think so necessarily. Just because nobody, and first of all, nobody ever saw Colin leave, right? I don't know if Colin did anything. I think something happened to John O'Keefe that did not involve Karen Reed, and he wound up somehow out on the front lawn and was left to die. And when that 227 Google search comes in from Jen McCabe, that she Googled how long to die in the cold at 2:27 a.m., she's going to have a lot of splaining to do. So I don't know that all the kids were coached. We've looked at the floor plan a couple of times. That side door goes into the family room, and there's a wall between the family room and the dining room where many people say that all the kids were hanging out. So I don't know. If John had never been to the house before, do you think he's going to go right to the front door? Karen says she dropped him off in the driveway. He walked up the driveway towards that side door. I don't know. I don't know if anyone was coached. There could have been 1 or 2 people driving a narrative, and everyone else just went along with it. And when you have some friendly law enforcement involved, maybe they don't do such a thorough investigation. I mean, one thing that every law tuber can agree on is that this investigation was sus at best and bungled, mishandled, grossly negligent at the very least, and at worst, corrupt. So look, I back the blue 100%, but something happened here with this investigation. And I don't think that anybody really wanted to find out what really happened to John O'Keefe. And that's tragic. As a Boston police officer, that is tragic. So shocks my conscience. Does it shock yours? Puck, thanks so much for the early morning super sticker. Loza, thanks so much for your super chat. I appreciate your classy channel. I have you on speaker with my 5 and 2-year-old around, and they get bored, but they don't hear any naughty talk. Thanks. Thanks. I do that intentionally because I know there's a lot of people who want to watch the channel without headphones or in the car with their kids or with their 95-year-old moms who like to listen to true crime, but they just can't tolerate the language. And it's not that I'm against the language. If other people want to use it on their channels, it's fine. I just don't. Susan Agnello, thank you so much for the early morning super sticker. Nancy Rock with a super sticker. Thank you so much. Puck4477. Why didn't Jen McCabe tell Karen what Julie saw? Oh. I don't think that Jen McCabe liked Karen ever. Why didn't Jen McCabe tell the authorities what Julie saw? If Julie really said that in the car, why didn't Jen McCabe tell any of the authorities the next day after Officer O'Keefe's body was found, when she spoke to law enforcement at least 3 times that day? And we've seen video of her outside talking to officers on scene for at least 7 or 8 minutes, according to one of them. Why didn't she tell them? Why didn't Julie tell them? It was brought out in court yesterday that in open court, I think Mr. Iannetti said it was in October. Okay, well, I'm not talking to you. That thing, you say its name and it starts talking to you. It was brought out in open court that for the first time, I think in September or October of 2022, that nobody had seen the body. Shortly after that, Julianna Nagel was interviewed finally by investigators. And that's when she said she saw something on the lawn. And refresh my recollection about what her original statement said. It did not say a blob. It said she saw something on the lawn. I don't remember the exact verbiage. Maybe you can help me with that. Of course, your acquaintance, not your friend. I love it when you guys like make your YouTube names consistent with whatever trial we're watching or whatever case we're covering. Massachusetts resident trying to be impartial. But what stands out is the clear memory of points that helped the McAlberts and friends and disillusionment about anything incriminating to them. I know. And sometimes, rarely, I will watch other shows on YouTube just to see what other people are saying about it. And there's one show in particular that has the best guests in true crime, usually 3 of them. And sometimes I just can't believe what I'm hearing. Is it that people that are called onto these shows as experts don't know the case at all? I just don't get it either. So I'm with you on that. And I thank you so much for the 20 and for being so generous this morning. But I can't wrap my head around it either. Did anybody see Sean McDonough last night on Ashley Banfield? I don't know if it's up on YouTube yet, but maybe we'll try and watch that later too. He did a great job. It was on the 10 o'clock show on News Nation. On top, thanks for your super sticker. Appreciate you. Dave the Pious, thanks for your super chat. My favorite is still, who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance? Yeah, Lally asks questions like, I can't even say a first-year law student because there are first-year law students that do mock trial competitions that are way better at questioning than he is. But he starts every question. Who, if anyone, what, if anything, did you see? What was the weather? Keeping it reals. Thanks for the 20. I appreciate you. Super sticker. I'm just a girl in the world. Thank you for the 10. Sending a super sticker early this morning with all the support, you guys. I love you so much. Greg, thank you for the 10. The beach picture was Sandwich, Mass. They allow beach fires there. I knew the spot instantly. Interesting. Okay, is that in the Cape? I'm not familiar with the area. Is that down the Cape, as they say? Charlie Lynn says that Julianna Nagel said a shadowy figure. Is that what she said? Very interesting. Very interesting. He also uses sort of a lot. Yes, this Susan, he does. He did. So can you tell us the sort of where you were sitting or sort of where everyone was sitting? It's not a very clear way to ask a question if you want a clear answer, because the witness can always say, well, you asked me sort of where they were sitting, so I wasn't precise about it. Gives them an opportunity to change their chat, change their answer. Mama Ames says, I have unsubscribed to many over their supposed experts recently. Yeah, it's just, I mean, for those of us who know the case so well, it's kind of, I can't watch it. I can't watch it. It makes me crazy. It really makes me crazy. Good morning, Lori. Thanks for your super chat. The fact that they seem to be lying about things that don't have to be lied about. Yeah, but also, listen, memories fade, right? And memories change. That's why eyewitness testimony is the least reliable form of testimony, because memories become conflated, perhaps with conversations. I said this about a lot of the first responders. They debrief on their calls after every call. And I'm sure that they've debriefed about this case in particular, many, many, many times. In fact, they said that they've talked about it many times, and somebody was crossed about it, maybe Nuttall. And they said, do you talk about it daily? And he said, well, yeah, kind of. So they've been talking about this case for a long, long time. Did some of their memories become conflated with what other first responders have said to them and things that they've discussed amongst themselves? I don't know, maybe. Cell phone data doesn't lie. Forensics don't lie. Unless they were planted, as some people think. And so that's up to a jury. The jury is the finder of fact here. And the jury is going to decide what happened, because there are so many conflicting stories. Although I haven't heard anything. Haven't heard any proof. Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car. Oh, thank you so much, Justin Green, who says, thank you for coming out every day and talking about this. I appreciate you. With the Cash App so early this morning. Yes, Aunt BB, that's why they need to do detailed reports. That's right. And remember, none of Katie McLaughlin's statements that she says she heard Karen say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, were in any of the original reports. They just weren't. Not in the reports. No left turn says down the Cape or up to New Hampshire. That's right, up to New Hampshire. Somebody was in my comments yesterday telling me I had some nerve trying to imitate a Boston accent. It's my show. If I want to, I will. I'm not making fun of it by any means. I have a lot of ties, as you know, to the area. A lot of friends who live there and family. So it's not a dig at all. And you guys who know. Ryan Hartman says, are Brian Albert and Higgins now estranged? Well, here's what had happened. Is that when, and this has been brought out during the pretrial motions, when Brian Higgins got a grand jury subpoena for the feds.
Thank you. Please be seated. Court is in session.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Him.
Counsel, could you come to sidebar, please?
Oh, they're already going to do a sidebar, so we can finish that. So Higgy ghosted Brian Albert, and that's when I think it was Kevin Albert got involved and started texting Higgy and saying, why are you ghosting my brother? You know, everyone's getting grand jury subpoenas and you're ghosting him. You're not responding to him. And he started getting kind of nervous. And I think all that's going to come out because Brian Higgins took a federal proffer. And for those of you who don't know what a federal proffer is, it's when you agree to tell the feds the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. In exchange for that, oh, look, I see Larry, the DUI guy, sitting right here in the front row. In exchange for your federal proffer, the feds will offer you either immunity or leniency in any criminal charges that can be brought against you. So there's that. And in exchange for that, the witness, in this case, Brian Higgins, the ATF agent who was in 34 Fairview the night of January 29th, 2022, must tell the truth in any proceedings, such as like this one, where he will be called to testify by, I'm sure, the defense. I don't know that the prosecution is going to risk calling him. Everyone say good morning to Karen. I can't even imagine how exhausted we are exhausted watching this trial. I am exhausted covering this trial, and it's not even 5 full days. It's 2 half days a week. So I can't even imagine what Karen and her family are going through and have been going through for the past 2 years, 2.5 years. Crazy. It's, can you imagine? Fairy Raven. Hello, Fairy Raven. I think you're in Ireland, right? Fairy Raven says, I wish they'd move Paul O'Keefe, stop him glaring at Karen. I don't like it either. I don't like it either. What the hell? Thanks, Cammie Birch. It's 740 likes with almost 4,000 people in the chat. Let's go. Let's go. Hit that like button, you guys, before you forget. Helps the channel, helps the algorithm, pushes the stream out there. Michael Grasso says that Brian Albert will be making an appearance in federal court soon with a winky face. You know something we don't, Michael Grasso? Somebody said Karen's parents are not in the courtroom today. The family, I think, gets 10 seats in the courtroom per day. So maybe they were taking a day off to give some other people an opportunity to come in. Thanks, Lori Eberhardt. Hugs to Karen. Mrs. Wild says, good morning, Karen. We got you. Eliza says, wow, DUI guy, front row, Reed side. We will get jury reaction feedback. Good. That's great. If he's live tweeting from the court and anybody wants to retweet his tweets, because, you know, I'm not on Twitter, into the, and plus I'm running this. I can't do that. If anybody wants to, feel free to retweet anything that he is tweeting from the courtroom that we are not able to see. We don't need every blow by blow of things that we are covering, but if there's anything that he's noticing, feel free to put it in chat. Christy says it's going down. Tristan was resting at 34 Fairview, not Easton. His face when Yannetti said 9 p.m. Oh, that's interesting. You think 9 p.m. has some significance here? You know, it's you got to watch it like at least 3 or 4 times to pick up everything, right? So this is Paul O'Keefe, John's brother, and Erin O'Keefe, his wife. They testified on day 1, if you're new to this case. Let's be friends. Where is the light on the flagpole? The American flag is supposed to be lit up at night if not taken down. Interesting. I wonder if the jury is thinking that. Thanks, Michelle. Michelle says, I will keep an eye on his tweets. Charlie, DUI girl rocks too. Is that who you're talking about? Is his girlfriend DUI girl? Is she in the courtroom too? This is Mrs. O'Keefe, John's mom. And I guess some other family members, because this is the O'Keefe side over here. It's kind of like a wedding. They have the O'Keefe side and the Reed side, and this is a tiny, tiny courtroom. Only 10 media allowed in per day. They must have media passes, and they need to line up the night before or something. And I think that they've been banned by this court from lining up right outside the courthouse because of some altercations that happened on the courthouse steps with people putting chairs out and putting their names on them and not sleeping there. It's kind of like, you ever go to a resort and people reserve their chairs by the pool and they go down there at 6 a.m. and put a book on the lounge
Jurors, please.
to reserve it, but they're not physically there? Kind of like that. That's what they were doing. Thank you, Uncle Fredo. Thank you, Melanie. Wait for us, he says, with the 10 spot. Thank you. We're waiting. We've seen a lot from the defense so far.
That number again that you cited, Ms. McLaughlin?
3.4A.
Thank you.
Julianna Nagel is still on the stand. It's time for recross on her. I'm sorry, redirect. Lally never knows when to stop. He redirects people. He opens doors when he could just let things be, but he doesn't know how to let things be. So I'm sure that he'll have plenty of doors to open. Oh, somebody also pointed out to me yesterday when Julie Nagel on cross admitted that she met Jen McCabe's kids in a car. Wait, no, was it Courtney Proctor's kids? With Julie Albert, because Julie Albert was babysitting for Courtney Proctor's kids. And Julianna Nagel admitted that she met the kids. They were in the backseat of Julie Albert's car. And it was 2 or 3 years ago, which would take it way past 2019, when Julie Albert said was the last time she babysat for Courtney Proctor's kids.
You are unmuted.
2 years ago would be 2021. No, 2022 or in 2024.
You are
2022.
muted.
The after Officer O'Keefe was murdered.
You are
Years,
unmuted.
2021, which would have been close in time. So I wonder if he's going to try and clean that up with regard to the time frame that Courtney Proctor, Michael Proctor's sister, was babysitting for Courtney Proctor's kids, Michael Proctor's sister's kids. Julie Albert was babysitting them. There's a lot of names here, you guys. Sometimes I misspeak, but trust me when I tell you I do know this case pretty much inside out.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Cannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. You may be seated.
God save the Commonwealth.
Morning.
And this good.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. We appreciate you being ready and willing to go forward. We did spend a little time this morning with the lawyers moving things forward, so our time was well spent. We appreciate your patience. I have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did you also follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook.
Hear
All right,
ye.
thank you.
Hear
May we have
ye.
Ms. Nagel, please?
Oh, this is redirect, right? I changed that.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now herein should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, buzzing for truth. Thanks. Julianna Nagel, this witness took care of Jen McCabe's kids and dogs when on vacation.
Thank you. Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor.
Drove them around, testified to that. She called Jen McCabe JJ.
Good morning, Ms. Nagel.
Good morning.
Just a few questions for you. In regard to the interview or the conversation that you had with Trooper Proctor, were there any other troopers present during the course of that conversation?
Yes.
Do you recall who that trooper was?
I can't recall his name, no.
Now, if I could turn your attention back to January 29th in the early morning when you were leaving the house on Ferry. You indicated that you saw a dark object in an area of the front lawn, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you had been to the house at 34 Fairview on several different occasions prior to this date, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever been over in that area of that front lawn? Was that an area that was used, that you observed by the homeowners or anyone there?
Not really. No.
And what, if anything, do you recall about the lighting in that particular area of the yard?
I mean, it was dark out, but with the snow, it was kind of, you could see a little bit of a glare.
Do you recall any sort of street lights or anything like that in that area?
I can't recall, no.
Now, you see this object, which you described as approximately 5 to 6 feet long, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And in the area of the flagpole, is that correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you saw it, were you expecting or anticipating something over in that area of the yard?
No.
And when you were driving past it, is that the first time that you saw it?
Yes.
And you were hammered, correct?
Now, if you had realized or had recognized that dark object, 5 to 6 feet long, in that area near the flagpole, had you realized that was a body, what would you have done?
I'll allow it. I would have, called 911 if I thought it was an actual body.
Okay. What would you have done if you thought it was a body? I would have called 911. Okay. So you didn't think it was a body. Okay. Moving on.
And told everybody else in the car as well.
Oh, so you didn't tell everyone in
Your
the car.
testimony again was that you put sort of 2 and 2 together the following day, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
So if you realized it was a body, you would have called 911, correct?
Yes.
And that's because you would have realized that was very important information, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
If you realized it was a body, you would have realized that was very important information, correct?
Yes.
And your testimony today is that you realized it was a body the very next day, correct?
The next day after I had a conversation, yes.
With JJ?
You didn't call 911 at that point, correct?
I did not know.
You called the police business line.
I did not know.
Did you speak to any police?
No.
Right. And you would agree with me, Ms. Nagel, that object became 5 to 6 feet long yesterday for the first time.
Objection.
It's true.
I'm not necessarily. Ask the question differently, Ms. Tianetti.
The first time you've mentioned to anybody that that object was 5 to 6 feet long was yesterday to this jury 2.5 years after you supposedly saw it, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Ms. Nagel, you are all set. Thank you very much. Thank
What do you think, friends? Do you agree? I mean, do you believe her? First time ever
Next
anybody
witness,
saw the
please,
body.
Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The call call Ms. Teri Kun to the stand.
Who's that? First time.
While she's
anybody-
coming in, can I see counsel just about this witness for a second, please? Mr. Jack-
Who's Terry Kuhn? Are we supposed to guess? She was drunk Yeah, remember, this information that she saw something on the lawn came out after in open court. The defense team said nobody has ever said that they saw a body on the lawn. And then a couple days later, she was visited by two troopers, Proctor and someone else, she doesn't remember his name. And then all of a sudden, she's got this story about seeing something on the lawn as they were driving by.
I just want to tell you that sometimes we call witnesses out of order. Sometimes witnesses have to be called in a certain time frame because of their schedules or some other instance. And
Oh, the dog DNA?
lawyers were kind enough to work this out among themselves, so we appreciate it. All right.
Well, this should be fun. Can't wait to get into the chain of custody of John O'Keefe's clothing.
You solemnly swear the evidence to give the court and jury in the case down here, and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Terry Kun. It's TERIKUN.
And Ms. Kuhn, what is it, what do you do for work?
I work for UC Davis at the Veterinary Genetics Lab in the Forensics Unit.
And what is your job title there?
My job title is Forensic Scientist, DNA Technical Lead. My UC classification is SRA4.
And that UC classification as far as SRA4, what does that mean?
Oh, Staff Research Associate.
And how long have you worked there?
Almost 25 years now.
And if I could, I'd like to talk a little bit about your educational background, starting with undergraduate. Where did you go and what, if any, degree did you receive?
So I went to Sacramento State, or California State University, Sacramento. I received a minor in chemistry and a biological science degree in molecular biology.
And following receiving those degrees, where did you go educationally?
I went to UC Davis and I received a Master of Science degree in Forensic Science DNA.
And was that prior to you joining the lab there, or what, if any, relationship to that?
I actually started my job at the lab after my undergraduate degree in 1999, and I started my postgraduate degree, I believe, in 2009 and finished in 2011. So I was actually already working at the lab at that time.
Now, with regard to the forensic program at UC Davis, what, if any, role did you have in sort of the creation of that lab?
I was actually one of the people who helped establish our forensics program in our lab, and I currently help with all the training, and any future forensic scientists that we employ, I do their training as well.
Now, have you been invited to speak at any sort of conferences or things of that nature in regard to your work in forensic science?
Yes, I've spoken at the California Association of Criminalists, the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the Northwestern Forensic Sciences, and rural livestock in the Western states.
Have you been published in this particular area?
Yes, I've published 7 times, most of them in Forensic Science International Genetics.
And when it comes to those publications, are you familiar with a process called peer review?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that process entails and how that implicates things that are published?
So anytime we go to publish, we put out an article to whatever publication we would like to, and it goes through a peer review process, which that article is sent out to peers in our industry, and they review our work to see that it is solid. And if they approve it, then the article does get published.
Now, over the course of your years with the lab at UC Davis, how many forensic samples of DNA have you tested?
Oh, in the thousands.
Now, if you could describe to the jury the type of work that your lab performs.
So we have 2 sides of our lab. We have a service side, which provides diagnostic testing, parent verification testing, and then we have our forensic side. We do animal parent verification as well. We also do match comparison, which we compare samples to see if they're coming from the same source, and we do species identification.
Now, what kind of cases do you typically see, like in the lab?
We can do anything from homicides to helping people see if remains are their lost pet to provide closure for them.
And what are the sort of different types of agencies that you've done work for over the years of your work with the lab?
We've worked for police agencies, humane agencies, animal control agencies, and even private individuals, anybody who believes they can use our services.
And the lab that you work for, UC Davis, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is. It's accredited. Oh, sorry.
Answer my next question. As far as the lab accreditation, can you explain to the jury sort of what that process is and what's entailed in accreditation?
So our lab is accredited by a group called ANAB, and that's the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation. They accredit labs to ensure that the policies and the procedures that we're following, they set a standard for those, and they come and check our standards. Are we meeting those standards? And it's also the same standards that most crime labs are associated with.
Now, in reference to that, labs that do DNA testing specifically and only in regard to humans, the accreditation that your lab has versus the accreditation that those types of labs have, what many differences is there between them?
There's no difference. The accreditation is the same.
Now, if you could explain to the jury, what exactly is DNA?
So DNA is the blueprint of your life. It's what makes your eye color what it is. It's makes your hair color, how tall you're going to be. And you get one half of that from your mom and one half from your dad.
And where is DNA found?
So DNA is found in most cells. It's in the nucleus of the cell. You get one copy of DNA per cell. There's also another kind of DNA called mitochondrial DNA. And in a cell, that is found in the plasma of a cell, and there'll be thousands of copies of mitochondrial.
And if you could explain sort of the difference between mitochondrial DNA versus what would you classify the other type of DNA?
So nuclear DNA is, again, that individual type of DNA. It's the DNA where we could say that that's you or that's a particular animal, and it would be a statistic of, 1 in 3,000 or 1 in 350 million type thing. Mitochondrial DNA actually runs along the maternal line. So if, you're a mom and you have a couple kids and a grandma there, they would all share the same maternal type.
And how is DNA used in forensic science?
For what we do in forensic science for animal DNA, we use it for parent verification. We use it for determining if two samples come from the same source, and we use it for species identification.
And is DNA testing just generally accepted in the scientific community?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain to the jury sort of DNA typing, that process? How does that work? What is it sort of specifically that you do?
So the main steps are when we get a sample, we need to lyse open those cells. That DNA is in the center of the cell, and those mitochondria are there, but they're protected by a cell wall. So our first step is to lyse that cell wall and release the DNA. Once that is done, we want to see how much DNA that we have. And so we have something called qPCR, or quantitative PCR, that allows us to tell how much of that nuclear DNA is in a sample. From there, we would go to a DNA typing. As you can imagine, if you only have one copy of DNA in a cell, it would take a lot of cells to be able to visualize that DNA. So we have to go through a process of making multiple copies. We use something called pointers. It tells us what parts of the DNA that we're looking for. That can vary from species to species or from test to test of what we're trying to do. And we amplify that in a process called PCR. And that can be kind of, you could think of it like a photocopier. Every time it goes through a cycle, it makes a copy. So if we start off with one copy, we get 2. From 2, we get 4. 4, we get 8. And by the end of this cycling, we have millions of copies that actually allow us to be able to visualize that DNA. And then the last step is actually visualizing it. The DNA actually has to run through a matrix. It's kind of like a sponge with all the little holes. Small pieces of DNA go out first, and we can see those first, and the larger pieces of DNA come out last. So it's allowing us to both see the DNA, and it separates it by size.
And did you do the forensic testing with regard to samples that were submitted to your lab in this case?
Yes, I did.
And as far as those steps that you just described, are those the steps that you followed in regard to this case?
Yes, they were.
And do you have sort of standard procedures for what you do in the lab?
Yes, we have standard procedures or SOPs that we follow for all of our work that we do.
And so fair to say in this case, you follow those same sort of standard procedures and protocols?
Yes, I did.
Now, what if any efforts are taken in your lab to preserve the evidence or prevent contamination?
So what we do to preserve evidence, prevent contamination, one of the things we use is a bleach product. So anytime we're using a surface, be it for sample collection, doing PCR, doing the extraction, we're wiping down everything with this bleach product, doing our work, and then wiping it down again. Samples are stored according to what we have. So dry evidence is stored in a locked cabinet. Wet evidence such as blood is stored in a fridge. Tissue is stored in a locked freezer. The fridge is also locked as well. So they're also kept in their original packaging, and they're sealed, and they're only unsealed and used when they're being actually manipulated.
I told you StreamYard was having issues, but don't worry, I stopped it right as soon as I went dark on you. So we're going to go right back to this dry testimony from the expert. A lot of people are saying, why do they have to go through all of this? And the reason is because she has to be accredited and or admitted as an expert. And so she has to give all of her qualifications and all of her curriculum vitae and all of her training and background and publications and peer review studies in order to qualify as an expert, to testify as an expert. And she's talking about the contamination and how great her lab is and they don't contaminate anything. The question is going to be, where was the clothing before it was given to you? And so while this can be dry, while they go through her background and CV and qualifications, it's important for her to be able to testify as an expert, just as any expert in any trial would have to be qualified. Lally is a low talker. There's a Seinfeld reference for you. He's a low talker. Low talkers are often not confident in what they have to say, and there may be a very good reason why he doesn't want to use a microphone. That's my own personal opinion. Lally, the low talker. All right, we're back to TERI KUN, the canine DNA expert. The cross will be fun on this, don't worry. Get a snack or something if you're bored. Come right back.
And what samples did you receive in this case?
In this case, we received 2 swabs.
And Dara, may I have just a moment?
Yes.
They received 2 swabs. They didn't even receive the actual clothing. Swabs were not from the tissues, my friend. The swab was from clothing. Who swabbed them? You didn't? I thought they received the actual clothing. They only received 2 swabs. Okay, this should be really interesting. More interesting than previously thought.
I'm showing you a series of 7 photographs. I just asked you to look at those and then
Call me Alice.
in just in general terms, you recognize what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
Yes, this is the evidence that we received.
And those photographs that you would have taken as you were unpackaging the samples in this case?
Yes, and they contain a sticker on there that has our case number, the date we received it, and my initials.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Thank you.
Sam says sotto voce, Lally. That's right, sotto voce. I'm as confused as you are, my friends.
Thank you.
Well, we can catch right up to real time.
Them to the jury.
Yes.
Now placing Ms. Kuhn, now placing before you, what I placed before you has now been marked as Exhibit 7480. With regard to the first exhibit that you have before you, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as Exhibit
Wait.
74?
Yes, it is.
Wait, did you hear a dog barking? Hold on a second. I'm taking that back. Did you hear a dog barking?
Before you, what I placed before you has now been marked as Exhibit 7480. With regard to the first exhibit that you have before you, what's up on the
Chloe's outside. Chloe's like, I'm here. I'm here. You guys, let me in. Let me in.
screen? Is that what you have before you as Exhibit 74?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe to the jury what we're looking at in this particular photograph?
So this is the evidence that we received. We want to, the little sticker on the bottom is the one that we applied at our lab. It includes our the case number, the date, and my initials. And we do this to ensure that, so that we can show that this is how the evidence arrived. It arrived in a sealed and packaged manner.
Somebody figured out how to use the evidence tape. Remember, was it Gallagher or Lank who said they never knew how to use evidence tape and they were not familiar with the process? Somebody figured it out.
And the following exhibit number 75, that's essentially another photograph of the same packaging. Is that correct?
So it's the same packaging, but it's the back of the packaging, because in this instance, that actually shows where the evidence was sealed as well and the date as well.
And who, if anyone, or what entity did you receive this this package from?
Can I look at my notes? I don't recall the exact entity.
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Free Billy Tibbetts. Chloe says, free Billy Tibbetts.
Thanks. So the client in this case was the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, Adam Lilly.
Lily,
So,
she's
but
talking
as
to
far
you.
as the samples from whom you received, was that the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
They were the people I was in contact with about sending them. We consider the client is the one who submitted the sample on our submission form.
But the person who physically sent the sample from one lab to the other was the MSPCL, is that correct?
She's calling you the
their
client,
form
Lily.
here.
She's calling you the client. Norfolk DA's office, Adam Lilly.
Sorry, there was a form that came with it as well.
Guess she didn't really prep for her testimony. And she's probably charging a pretty hefty
So yes,
rate.
the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police Forensic Services Division Crime Lab was the one who submitted the samples to our lab.
And are you familiar with, or did you have any conversations with a forensic scientist at the State Police Lab in Massachusetts named Maureen Hartnett?
Yes, I did.
Is that someone that you had worked with on prior cases in the past?
Yes, I have.
Now, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, number 76. And again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have for you?
Yes.
And if you could just describe to the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
So that brown packaging you saw before, this was actually what was inside of that brown packaging.
And the next exhibit.
And this is that same item that was inside, but the back side of the packaging.
They weren't sent the clothing, they were sent swabs.
And that shows the 2 swabs that were contained inside that packaging. And that was the first swab that we selected for testing.
This is hilarious. This is really
What's
funny.
contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you received and sort of how you delineated those items as far as labeling them by your case number?
Yes, it was.
And for the case number, as far as the FCD and the number, sort of how was that determined, or what does that mean?
So FC always refers to forensic case. In this case, D is for dog because they were asking for dog DNA testing. If it was C, it would be for cattle. F would be for feline, but the FC is always the beginning part. The third letter always kind of denotes what species we're looking for.
Now, pursuant to receiving those particular items, are you also given any sort of identifier as far as from the outside lab or the external vendor, as far as what label they have for the
Yeah, notice the date was September 19th of 2023. And if you know, you know. Because we covered all the pretrial proceedings and we knew the defense was waiting for these results for quite some time. So these results were not even sent to this UC Davis Canine DNA lab until September 19th of 2023. Which may have been shortly after the clothing was locked into evidence. You just can't make it up, folks. You just can't make it up.
The sample or where the sample came from is from the outside lab?
We did receive a piece of paper that with the submission saying it was taken from a shirt.
Mm.
And
So we're just going to take MSP's word for it, even though Michael Proctor, the lead investigator, is under internal affairs investigation, and there's a federal investigation running parallel to the investigation of this case. I don't know. Fruit of the poisonous tree, anyone? This is laughable. Is anybody else thinking this is funny? Oh my.
do you recall specifically what the item number was or where it was swabbed on that shirt?
Where were you told
you
that
remember
it was
that?
swabbed?
I do not. It would be on that piece of paper, I believe.
Would that also be delineated somewhere within your report and your findings?
The case number would be in our findings.
And I'm sorry, not specifically in your findings, but within the context of your report with that.
In the report, the case number that they gave us is listed in the report.
Your Honor, do you have your report with you now?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to refer to a report to that information.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
No, Lisa, not 9 months later, 1 year and 9 months later. This was in September of 2023.
And I'm sorry, what is that?
So-
Did you want the case number there?
The case number and the item number.
From a shirt.
So the
not
case
from
number was
Johnson's.
listed as MSCLP number 22-02184, item 7-18.16.
Now, Ms. Kuhn, with reference to these samples, did the samples arrive as you expected as far as their packaging and things of that nature?
Yes, everything was arrived sealed, and as you saw, that was documented in our with our photos, and it's also documented in my notes.
Did you test all of the samples that were submitted now?
Yes, we did.
And what is it that you were asked to test?
We were asked to determine species via canine qPCR. qPCR is that quantitative PCR that tells us how much DNA is in a sample, and it is specific for canine, because the next goal they asked is if we could develop a DNA profile to possibly use for a comparison with a reference sample to be submitted later.
A reference sample to be submitted later, but remember, the defense told the prosecution they didn't know where Chloe was until Nicole Albert got on the stand a few days ago and said, I know exactly where Chloe is in case she was ever needed for anything. I met the woman that I rehomed Chloe to in Vermont halfway and handed her over because after Chloe injured 2 women during an incident where Chloe had a fight with another dog and the woman was trying to break up the fight and got injured, i.e. bit by Chloe, we decided that we would rehome our family dog of 6 or 7 years. And she called the dog it a couple of times, and it offended a lot of viewers, a lot of people. And now this expert witness is telling you that she was asked to find the species of the canine DNA on these mysterious swabs that she just received over 1 year and 9 months after Officer O'Keefe's murder, and that she was supposed to find out the species of the dog contained in these mysterious swabs that were allegedly used to swab Officer O'Keefe's clothing to possibly use for a comparison sample in the future. So does that indicate to you that the Commonwealth did know where Chloe was and yet never told the defense? Because the defense assumed that Chloe was just gone. Do you see how deep this goes? The incompetence here? If Lally didn't know where Chloe was, how could he possibly ask this witness, this expert, to compare the DNA she was asked to find on these swabs with a potential reference sample to be provided in the future?
If we weren't used, because the next goal, much DNA, canine, we were asked to determine species via canine qPCR. qPCR is that quantitative PCR that tells us how much DNA is in a sample, and it is specific for canine, because the next goal they asked is if we could develop a DNA profile to possibly use for a comparison with a reference sample to be submitted later. If we weren't able to see anything with canine DNA there, we were asked to do our species tests called meat ID.
Now, first, with reference to the sort of nuclear DNA testing that you did, what were the results of that initial test?
For the canine qPCR testing, we did not see any canine DNA.
Shocker.
And when you say, just if you could explain to the jury or expound upon that as far as what are you looking at and what are you seeing or not seeing that leads you to that?
So the canine DNA we're looking for in that is that nuclear DNA, that DNA that's used for an individual, because the idea was if we see canine DNA in the quantitative qPCR, then we know we have canine DNA on that swab, and we can try and use that to develop the DNA profile for a later comparison.
Now, per the questions that you were asked or what you were asked to test, upon not finding any canine DNA from the PCR testing or the qPCR testing, what, if any, steps did you take next? What further testing was done?
The next test we performed was our meat ID test. It's a general species test. It tests for 12 species altogether. They would include dog, cat, bison, cattle, horse, sheep, goat, mouse, rat, pig, and rabbit. I'm pretty sure I got them all, but I can't guarantee.
Now, and I'm sorry to jump around here a little bit, but when going back to sort of the qPCR testing, can you explain to the jury sort of what is it, what type of instruments are you using and what exactly goes into that process? So
we're taking the sample and we're using primers that concentrate, that point to a small piece of DNA for canine, and it's supposed to amplify it. And every time it's amplifying, it's actually releasing a color, fluorescent color that it's measuring. So if there's canine DNA, this fluorescent color keeps popping up, and it gives it a measurement in which it will tell us how much of the canine DNA we have. But in this case, the test did not see any fluorescence for canine DNA. So it was a negative result.
Are you surprised, my friends?
As far as when you say canine DNA, is that dogs specifically, or what, if anything, else would be included within canine?
In this qPCR test, other canines will work, or canids will work, like wolves, coyotes, and we are now doing some further testing on foxes, but we have not concluded those tests.
Now, as far as the meat ID test that you're talking about, that sort of second, can you explain again to the jury sort of what is involved in that and what are you doing with regard to that?
So the meat ID test actually targets the mitochondrial DNA, which makes it a little bit better. There's, like I said, there's 1,000 mitochondrial in a cell versus that one nuclear DNA. So it's a lot more there. It's also a circular piece of DNA, so it's a little bit more hardy. It sticks around. And we have regions of the mitochondria that are specific to each of those species that I listed. And if we have, let me see this here. We have pointers that actually will give us two different peaks. If we get two peaks that are both for pig, we have a pig result. If we get two peaks for dog, we have a dog result, or the same can go for any of the species that we have. If we only get one peak, then we don't quantify that as being a positive result for that species.
And so you would need more than one peak in order to make that sort of opinion or qualification as far as species go?
Right. We always have to have the two peaks for the species that we're getting results for.
And so with regard to the meat ID testing that you did with these swabs, these two swabs, what, if any, results did you receive, or what, if anything, did you observe upon completion of the testing?
So for both the swabs, we did see pig And we also actually I did a little bit of a test where we only concentrated on the dog portion of the meat ID. You can think of it as when we have all 12 species there, there's a lot of competition going on. By just concentrating on the dog meat ID, it eliminates all the competition. It gives us a better chance of getting a result if there is canine DNA there, and that result was negative. So the only result we got for both those swabs was for the pig.
So it's positive for pig DNA. That's interesting. The swabs that the Massachusetts State Police allegedly took from Officer O'Keefe's shirt. We don't know which shirt because we know he was wearing two shirts. He was wearing that hoodie on the outside, and then he had, I think, a long sleeve shirt underneath that. But pig DNA was found. And I'm not going to say anything bashing law enforcement in general. But in this particular case, pig is also what can be, some people call law enforcement pigs. I don't know. I'm just saying maybe that was Proctor's DNA on there. I don't know. Just a joke. Did John O'Keefe eat bacon that night? Was there bacon in the calzone that he might have had? Yeah, pig or cop. And we're not bashing cops. We love law enforcement. We back the blue 100%. We do not back dirty cops. So the swabs came back positive for pig DNA. You can't make this up. No canine DNA. And who swabbed? Who did the swabbing? What exactly did they swab? We don't know. Because this poor woman, who is now on international television trying to defend her work, and I'm sure she's an amazing scientist. I'm sure she does wonderful, wonderful work. She told us that she identifies remains from animals to try and help their owners figure out if the remains that were found are actually their beloved pet. And I credit her for all of the wonderful work that I'm sure that she must do. And I'm sure that after today, she is going to rue the day that she ever took money from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Because she's going to tell you that the swabs that she was sent that actually had evidence tape on them and were sealed, she was not sent the clothing, if you're just tuning in. She was sent 2 swabs, I think 2 swabs, in September of 2023 that were allegedly used to swab by someone at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Swab the shirt or shirts, Officer John O'Keefe, that he was allegedly wearing the night that he was murdered. And she was not able to find any canine DNA in the swabs, but she did find pig DNA. Okay? Just when you thought you couldn't make up anything crazier, pig DNA has entered the chat. Remember, the clothing that Trooper Michael Proctor collected from the hospital of Officer John O'Keefe, a murdered Boston police officer, was not even logged into evidence for several weeks. Okay? Sometimes you got to laugh or you'll cry. I'm going to laugh at this.
And so, again, just to be clear, as far as the canine was concerned, there was not even one peak from what you...
There was absolutely no canine DNA.
Now, as far as the pig is concerned, what, if anything, could that be from?
I don't know where that could come from. That would be speculation on my part. It's a sensitive test, I can tell you. So, yeah, it would depend on where that shirt had been and what the person had been doing with it.
Jerry Harris, comment of the morning. They swabbed the ham sandwich that they are trying to convict. Saul Wackler, the chief judge of New York, famously said, in New York, a district attorney can get a grand jury to indict a ham sandwich. It's not PB&J sandwiches today, it's ham sandwiches. Excellent comment, Jerry Harris. Props to you.
My question, I guess, is if it, as far as the source, could that be from beyond just an animal? Could it be from some other source, such as food or something like that?
Food.
Yes, it could be from food. We have tested the meat ID test. In fact, that's what it was developed for, was for testing food products. And so we've seen it come from cooked pork, cooked bacon, in terms of the pig. I do remember those were tested specifically.
Gemma says maybe John made sausage in the basement at 34 Fairview. Or cooked some pepperoni pizza. Or maybe he just rubbed some bacon on his arm. Are you kidding me with this? Are you kidding me with this? Am I the only person mocking this testimony out there? Aussie Insider, if you're here today, I'm going to show your reaction video later that you made at my request. I am now going to request a video to this testimony about the pig DNA because you can't make this up. What the actual F? Did Lally not prep this witness? Did Lally not know? Is he surprised by the pig DNA? Did he know that she was going to testify that she found pig DNA? This just makes them look like bigger fools. Like Shaylee says, I can't even. Do you think he knew she was going to say that? Did he not read the results? I'm embarrassed. I have secondhand embarrassment for him, as I often do every single day. Low talker Lally. Wow. Did he not read the report?
May I have just one moment?
Sure.
Sure. She's like, really? You're talking now that they found pig DNA?
Samples that were submitted. ID test, just to be crystal. So, Ms. Kuhn, just lastly, just to be crystal clear, from your testing in regard to both the qPCR and the meat ID testing, there was absolutely no canine DNA that you observed on the two samples that were submitted to you from the State Police Lab in Massachusetts.
That's correct. We observed no canine DNA.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right,
Oh,
Mr. Jackson.
are they laughing? Is the courtroom laughing? Is everyone in the courtroom laughing? I need to know what DUI guy is tweeting. We're a little bit behind.
Good morning, Ms. Kuhn.
Hi.
Just to finish that thought, to start off, there was no canine DNA detected in your testing, correct?
Correct.
So when you say there was no canine DNA, that's a little bit of an overstatement, correct?
There was no canine DNA in the swabs that we tested.
Exactly. Okay, perfect. So the Massachusetts State Police did not send you any actual items of clothing or cuttings or source material, did they?
No, they did not.
As a matter of fact, the only thing to be tested were the swabs that you received, those two swabs that we saw very nicely photographed.
Yes.
You'd agree that your analysis of those swabs is only as good as the starting material with which you have to work, correct?
That would be correct. I only have the swabs to test. That's the only thing I can talk about.
So the integrity of any DNA testing has to start foundationally with the proper recovery techniques for what's being tested, what goes on the swab.
I have no idea how the agency collected the swabs.
No idea.
So you're left, I guess the next question would be, you're left to assume that proper techniques were used to swab the source material.
Yes.
And for a forensic scientist, that assumption may not always be valid.
Well, in cases cases can vary for us. Sometimes we get the actual source material. Sometimes we do get the swabs. It's dependent upon the agency sending it in. It depends on their policies and procedures, which I cannot dictate.
Right. So that because if the swab is not collected properly, or the source material is not swabbed properly, then you're left with sort of a garbage in, garbage out analysis, right?
But I wasn't there to see the swabs being collected, so I have no idea. I couldn't comment on that.
So that answers my next question. You were not present when the swabs were taken, correct?
No,
You couldn't oversee the collection of those swabs.
no,
You didn't take the swabs yourself.
no,
And you never did receive any of the source material from which those swabs were taken.
no, only the two swabs.
You do understand very clearly from your testimony and the UC Davis, University of California Davis lab, and the impressive work that y'all do, you do understand proper protocols for evidence collection, correct?
Right, when we do collection at our lab.
For one thing, you keep proper logs, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in your report, there's a log, a couple of pages of logs that literally detail down to the minute when somebody touched those swabs, correct?
Correct.
That's because it's important to maintain those types of logs to avoid contamination on the one hand, right?
I don't know if keeping the logs maintained prevents contamination.
That's a fair correction. The logs would give you an idea of who touched something when, and if there was some contamination, you might be able to work backward to figure out how that contamination occurred.
Correct.
That's why the logs are in place, correct?
It's to be able to see step by step where everything was going.
It maintains a very, very specific chain of custody.
Correct.
So everybody that touches those swabs or that item, it's going into an evidence locker or coming out of an evidence locker or being tested. That's highly, highly regulated, and it's marked on a log.
It's documented in my case notes and it's documented on our internal chain of custody.
So there's literally multiple documents that dictate, that memorialize the movement of that evidence, right?
As it goes through our lab, yes.
Right, and your lab, that those criteria include the time that something was touched,
Yes.
the place where it was touched,
We don't document the place.
meaning it was taken out of this particular locker and put on this
Oh,
particular-
yes.
The person that manipulated those items or that item?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked about the processes that your lab undertakes to avoid or reduce contamination.
Correct.
You were asked that by Mr. Lally on direct examination. You recall that?
Yes.
You went through what your lab and the accreditation process, the protocols that you would employ to make sure that contamination is reduced, hopefully to a minimum.
Yes.
But you don't know what any other lab might employ in terms of their reduction of contamination processes.
No, I don't know this.
And you specifically don't know what the Massachusetts Crime Lab did or didn't do with this subject material before you got the swabs.
Correct.
You don't know if they took any steps, as a matter of fact, to reduce contamination of the source material before the swabs were taken.
I don't know anything about how they took those swabs.
You would agree that, for instance, if the source material had been tossed on the bottom of an ambulance floor, that could encourage contamination of that source material.
Objection.
Can you answer that
She's
question?
an expert.
I don't know because we haven't tested that sort of thing.
Well,
It's an interesting question. I
Until
do
now.
agree, but we have not done any validation, which would be able to prove that sort of thing.
well, I guess what I'm asking is if the item is supposed to be not contaminated, right? It's supposed to be relatively pristine, and it drops on the floor, that might encourage contamination of that particular item that's supposed to be left as pristine as possible, correct?
Again, I don't know the history of the item, so I couldn't speak to it.
All right, so I think you have to move along.
No, she doesn't have to move on. This is an expert witness. She's been qualified to testify as an expert witness with regard to DNA testing. He's allowed to ask her hypothetical questions. Isn't it important that the samples that you receive cannot be contaminated or it will affect your results? Why should he have to move on, Your Honor? This is the first evidence that the Commonwealth is using from an expert to actually maybe perhaps, it's not even to prove that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car. It's to prove that the clothing had no DNA on it. So therefore, it's impossible that Chloe, the dog that nobody knew where she was, which they now know where she was, bit John O'Keefe on his right forearm. Did you follow all that? Because it is getting a little confusing. That's the purpose of this witness. She is an expert and she's allowed to speak about hypotheticals and about evidence collection and about whether the samples that she received, if they're contaminated, would that skew the results? So telling him to move on during expert testimony is BS, and I'm calling it out. Like we haven't seen enough of a Shonda in this case already. Ridiculous.
If in fact,
Items.
as pristine as possible, correct?
If you can't hear smooth as butter, Alan Jackson, he said it's important that the items that you receive are pristine as possible, correct?
Again, I don't know the history of the item, so I couldn't speak to it.
All right, so I think you have to move along from that.
If in fact the source material was not packaged properly, could that encourage contamination?
But I didn't see how the items were packaged.
I'm not asking.
It's
you that.
hypothetical.
I'm asking you hypothetically. If an item, a source item that's going to be tested, is not packaged and handled properly, that could encourage food contamination, correct?
I have not seen that. What I have seen when something's been packaged incorrectly is I've seen the induction of mold growth, which has prevented bacteria, which causes bacteria, which eats away at DNA. So it doesn't give me contamination, but it does mean that I don't see DNA.
Ah,
That might be if something is handled inappropriately.
mold. If something is moldy, she will not see DNA. The clothing was wet. You heard when I had Joseph Scott Morgan on my show that he said the clothing tells the story. The clothing is so important. And if the clothing is wet, it is even more important that the clothing be stored properly because of mold and contamination and bacteria. And she is telling you that if it's moldy, she won't find DNA. So let's take that back a moment.
In the induction, I've not seen that.
And handled properly, that could encourage food contamination, correct?
I have not seen that. What I have seen when something's been packaged incorrectly is I've seen the induction of mold growth, which has prevented bacteria, which causes bacteria, which eats away at DNA. So it doesn't give me contamination, but it does mean that I don't see DNA.
There might be, if something is handled inappropriately, for instance, if something is handled sloppily before it's tested, it might reduce the validity of the ultimate test that's undertaken, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that.
There are certain proper swabbing techniques involved in the preparation of a swab, correct?
Yes,
That includes wearing gloves, using clean tools, correct?
correct,
It includes proper documentation of the swabbing.
correct.
The documentation might include the location or the description of exactly where the item was swabbed. Is that right?
Correct.
That would be helpful in your analysis to know exactly where something was swabbed.
No,
What about any visible markings to show where swabbing was taken? Is that normally done?
again, it varies from lab to lab what we get. I unfortunately can't dictate what every other lab does. They all have their own policies and procedures, and we work with labs across the United States and the world.
If you were swabbing something in your lab, which is an accredited lab, would you encourage marking exactly where something was swabbed so it could later be documented?
When I swab things in my lab, I actually circle on the item. There's a note with the case number, my initials, the date, and also a ruler present in the photo.
So if we have to go back in your circumstance that you just described, if we have to go back and try to replicate exactly where that swab was taken, you could do that?
Yes,
Okay. And you think that's obviously an important protocol?
that's the protocol in our lab.
So the swabs that are used are sterile swabs, obviously.
Yes,
In fact, isn't it true that crime labs discourage, for purposes of DNA swabbing, discourage the use of swabs with wooden sticks because they can encourage contamination as opposed to plastic sticks?
I have not heard that.
The swab is supposed to be moistened, right?
I do suggest that people moisten with water in order to make a better transfer.
And that needs to be distilled water, sterile water. correct?
Sterile water.
And you swab over an area of interest, and then generally you would photograph the area that's being swabbed, correct?
I do.
You would want to air dry that swab completely
Yes.
before you package it. Is that right?
When I do my collection, I don't need to air dry my swabs because their next step is actually the extraction process. So I'm not doing collection and then pausing. I'm doing collection and starting my extraction.
When you, as a matter of fact, when you're collecting biomaterial, tissue samples, for instance, blood, other biomaterials, you would not want to package those in plastic because that would encourage some sort of mold growth.
Mold and bacteria, yes,
So it's discouraged to put any blood, for instance, in plastic containers.
correct.
You certainly wouldn't put blood material that you're working with in non-sterile containers, would you?
Objection.
Like solo cups.
Would you put biological material in non-sterile containers?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We don't have, everything that we use is sterile. All of our tubes that we would use, or once we do a collection, we put it in a tube for the extraction process. Those tubes are autoclaved and they don't have contamination. They are sterile.
You wouldn't use a solo cup.
I'm sorry, what?
Objection, Your Honor.
Solo cup.
Solo
The
cup.
objection sustained.
You would maintain a strict chain of custody over that item to ensure the integrity and the admissibility of that DNA evidence?
I did, yes.
And I think we've covered this, you may have answered this already, that your personal protocol is that you actually photograph where everything is being swabbed from, correct?
Correct.
If there was DNA present on a source item, and it wasn't sampled properly or swabbed properly in the right spot, then that DNA would likely not be detected, correct?
I don't know why, I don't know the circumstances or why you would swab things, in a specific spot. I know in my lab how we do things.
What I'm asking is, if you have a source material and there's DNA over here and it's swabbed over here, you wouldn't expect this swab to detect that DNA.
That's correct.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
I'll let it stand. I'll let him have it.
She's going to let him have it. It's his first putt of the day. It's his first gimme of the day. He's getting a gimme. Let's hear what the question is.
Sampled properly or swabbed properly in the right spot, then that DNA would likely not be detected, correct?
I don't know why, I don't know the circumstances or why you would swab things, in a specific spot. I know in my lab how we do things.
What I'm asking is, if you have a source material and there's DNA over here and it's swabbed over here, you wouldn't expect this swab to detect that DNA.
That's correct.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to
I'll
strike.
let it stand.
Okay. He said, if you have an object and you swab over here, must be indicating, but we can't see him because the cameraman never lets us see him. You swab over here, but the DNA was over here, then you wouldn't expect to
over
find
here.
DNA.
And it's swabbed over here, you wouldn't expect this swab to detect that DNA.
You wouldn't expect this swab to detect that DNA. So don't go by the closed captions because they're often wrong.
That's correct.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to
I'll
strike.
let it stand. I'll let him have it.
She's going to let him have it.
What
Gimme number
information
one.
were you provided about these two particular samples?
I wasn't really provided any information. I had to work with the person from the crime lab asking about what they wanted to test and try and narrow down the testing in terms of species, simply because it helps us make sure that we're directing the testing in the correct way for the answer that they're, or for the question that they're answering. So knowing the species in this case was important. It also made it so that we made sure that the testing was affordable as possible.
Understood.
You get what you pay for sometimes. They wanted to know the species. They wanted to know if it was German Shepherd. But it wasn't. The only thing they found was pig DNA. You're just tuning in. Pig DNA was found on the swabs that were sent to this lab in September of 2023. Allegedly swabbing Officer John O'Keefe's clothing by Massachusetts State Police.
Would it be important for you to understand the condition of the material that was being swabbed as you engage your analysis?
I'm not,
Condition meaning, was it clean? Was it dirty? Did it have blood on it? Did it not have blood on it? Things of that nature.
no, since we don't get to choose how evidence is given to us, nice and clean with nice and clean DNA would be perfect, but that's not our perfect world we get samples from. So
Hardly ever happens, does it?
no, it hardly ever happens.
It would be important, however, to know whether or not there were obvious inhibitors on the source item when it was swabbed.
Knowing that there's dirt would be helpful, or possibly blood, because those can inhibit, but not necessarily, we don't necessarily have to know that ahead of time.
Were you told in this instance that the swabs were taken from a garment that had blood on it?
No,
Is blood an inhibitor?
it can be, yes.
Is garment dye an inhibitor?
Yes.
were you told that there was blood on a dyed garment when you received the swabs?
No.
Your report indicates that the swabs that you did test, these 2 swabs, quote, did not indicate the presence of canine nuclear DNA, but did indicate the presence of inhibitors, end quote, correct?
That was in our qPCR.
Right. You explained that, quote, this result is obtained when either, number 1, the canine nuclear DNA is degraded, is that right?
Correct.
Number 2, it's, quote, obscured by inhibition, end quote.
Quote.
Or number 3, there is no canine nuclear DNA present, correct?
Correct.
So in your report, you indicated that there are 3 reasons that you list for the possibility of not finding or not detecting the canine nuclear DNA in that sample.
Correct.
All right. 2 of those 3 reasons allow for the idea that the DNA is actually present, but it's either obscured by inhibitors or it's so degraded that it can't be detected.
The nuclear DNA.
Right. But it still could exist.
It could, yes.
It's just not, you can't see it if it's obscured, and you can't see it if it's degraded.
Correct.
Explain how an inhibitor works in your testing.
Excuse me. An inhibitor just actually stops the PCR process from happening. And so therefore you would see no results.
So did you find inhibitors in this sample?
In the nuclear DNA testing, yes.
And was that the qualitative polymerase chain reaction test, the qPCR test?
Yes.
And in fact, an inhibitor is pretty much any chemical that's literally going to inhibit the enzyme from helping make the copies.
Correct.
Certain dyes inhibit,
Yes.
and certainly blood inhibits.
Heme from blood, yes.
Why are we here? Why are we here? Why did they call
Because of
this
that,
witness?
At least in that sample, the nuclear DNA sample, you're not saying that there was no canine DNA there. You're saying that the testing did not detect it.
In the qPCR nuclear test, correct.
She can't say there's no dog DNA. She can just say,
And you've heard, obviously, there's a famous quote in science that the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, right?
Correct.
Can you describe to the jurors what that phrase means?
Objection.
Sustain.
absence of evidence. Hold on, let's take that back.
And you've heard, obviously, there's a famous quote in science that the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, right?
Correct.
Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. And he's asking the witness to define that famous quote, and Judge Canone won't let him. But are we surprised? I'm not.
Can you describe to the jurors what that phrase means?
Objection.
Sustain.
It means just because you don't find something means it's not there.
Objection.
Sustain.
The jury gets it.
You were able to detect the presence of pig DNA, right?
Correct.
And I think you said on direct examination that that could come from a number of sources, including food sources, right?
Correct.
Could come from dog treats.
Pardon me? Yes.
Could come from dog treats.
Mhm.
Matter of fact, there are dog treats that are pig ears, literally. Right?
Objection.
The pig ears have entered the chat.
All right.
I believe so.
Or it could be that the shirt that was the source material was contaminated, not properly preserved.
I can't say where that DNA came from.
You're not aware of any feral pig populations in Massachusetts, are you?
I'm not.
Feral pig populations.
Dog saliva would obviously be a good and a rich source of DNA, correct? You agree?
It depends on the context. We have cases where, I mean, I can refer to 2 cases that we did recently where there was small bites and we were able to get nuclear DNA
Bites.
from those sources.
Dog bites.
Probably saliva,
Yes.
right? So saliva contains active, living, growing cells that slough off in the salivating process, right?
Correct.
That's why oftentimes for 23andMe or other companies, they want you to swab the inside of your cheek.
Right.
DNA, right?
Yes.
So that's a relatively rich source of DNA, you would agree.
It depends on the amount of contact in the attack.
However, dog claws, the claws, would not be a good source of DNA, would they?
No,
And the reason for that is because the claws are like human fingernails, they're made of keratin.
correct.
Keratin is dead, hardened cells,
Correct.
and not a good source for DNA.
Not in terms of scratching. We can do something where we pulverize them and we can get DNA from them then.
But you have to have the claw.
Generally, yes, we have to have the claw material.
I spoke over you a little bit, but I want to make sure we're clear about that. You're talking about you can possibly get DNA in a mitochondrial test if you have the claw and pulverize the claw.
Correct.
Possible to find some DNA. But in terms of touch DNA,
We
very
don't,
difficult to find it from a claw.
I really can't speak about touch DNA because it's not something we've tested or validated in our lab.
So you didn't have any claws that you tested here.
No,
As a matter of fact, you were just testing swabs from a shirt.
correct.
And you've already agreed that keratin is not a good DNA source because it's dead cells. Not
Correct.
live. Would you agree that one of the reasons that it's difficult to detect canine DNA, it was difficult to detect canine DNA in this case is because it was potentially degraded, right?
Objection.
Ask the question differently.
Sure. In your report, you indicated that there were two obvious possibilities of not detecting the DNA. One was obscuring because of inhibitors, and one was degradation. The DNA would be too degraded.
Again, that was for the nuclear canine DNA.
Understand? So to be clear,
Notice all the coughers today. Notice all the coughers in the courtroom. Again, today's stream is presented to you by Ricola. Get these people some cough drops. They're coughing during what they know is very, very important testimony for the defense. And I'm going to submit to you that some of them may be doing it on purpose. As such, perhaps Lally, who has suddenly found a microphone to cough into. Come on now.
in your conclusion, you're not testifying today that there was no dog DNA on that source shirt that was swabbed. You're saying that the two swabs that you got did not detect the DNA, correct?
In our meat ID test, we also have a test for an inhibitor. It's also called an IPC. It's the same initial internal positive control. And that's what did not work in the nuclear testing. It did work, and it worked very well in the test on the meat ID. So there wasn't any inhibition that we were seeing on the meat ID test.
But that's the ID test that you found.
Right, but it also was testing for dog at the same time.
But when you tested for dog for nuclear DNA, that test was either inhibited or so degraded that you couldn't tell.
For the nuclear test, yes.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Lally.
Leave it alone, Lally. He's not smart enough. Oh, come on, dude.
Ms. Kuhn, on that last point, it was, when pertains to the nuclear DNA testing was either inhibited, degraded, or it wasn't there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as samples in your line of work, are you typically going like outside of the lab or going out to like a scene or anything like collecting samples in that regard?
No, everything is sent to us.
So when you're collecting from a sample, it's done in the lab setting, is that correct?
And if we get the item, we're collecting it. But we have times in this case where the samples are sampled at the other crime lab, and then we just get those samples.
How often are you sent the actual item, percentage-wise, as compared to being just sent swabs? I would bet she's usually sent the actual item so that she can do the swabbing herself and make sure that it's done properly, rather than testing swabs. And I feel really sorry for her that she's been dragged into this. And nobody's asked her yet, but I'd like to know how much she charged to do this expert testing and expert testimony and her travel and exactly what it cost. Because I have second and third hand embarrassment for everyone in this portion of the trial. This testimony is ridiculous. But he doesn't know when to stop. Lally flop. So he's going to go.
So it happens both ways.
Now, if you recall, what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Hartnett or anybody from the Massachusetts State Lab in regard to the swabbing or the collection process?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
It's here tonight.
I gave her our basic swabbing practice. Even though they are a crime lab, I would assume that they would know what they were doing, which would be to swab with the sterile swab.
Would you agree that collecting blood samples in solo cups is knowing what you're doing? Would you agree with using a leaf blower at a snowy crime scene to find evidence was an organization that knew what they were doing? Would you agree that not using crime scene tapes to secure a murder scene was knowing what they were doing? So that's kind of funny. And I hope that Alan Jackson gets up and digs into that a little bit more.
Going to allow it.
I gave her our basic swabbing practice. Even though they are a crime lab, I would assume that they would know what they were doing, which would be to swab with the sterile swab, using sterile water, allowing the swab to dry completely, and then packaging in paper and storing at room temperature before sending it to us.
And when you received it, and those 7 photographs before you, was the packaging that you received, was that appropriate? Was that what you expected?
Yes, it was what I expected.
Now, you described on direct, as far as the mitochondrial DNA testing and the meat ID as being hardier DNA. Is that correct?
So yes, the mitochondrial DNA is a hardier DNA. There's a lot more of it when we're testing for nuclear DNA. Like I explained before, there's only one copy of DNA in a cell, which is for the mitochondrial in one cell. There's thousands. So you can have a lot more there. It makes for a better test, at least in terms of species. It's just a more sensitive test.
And there were no inhibitors or anything like that in the mitochondrial, the meat ID testing that you did?
No, the IPC worked very well.
Thank you. May I approach this to retrieve these?
Yes. Did you have anything further, Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly.
Okay.
You indicated that you gave Ms. Maureen Hartnett certain protocols to follow in terms of her swabbing and recovery. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you aware that Ms. Hartnett had also failed certain of her proficiency exams?
Objection, Your Honor.
A couple months earlier?
I am going to strike that, and the objection sustained.
Ms. Hartnett failed her proficiency exams. So when this witness assumed that MSP knew what they were doing because they were a crime scene lab, she was not aware that Maureen Hartnett had failed a proficiency exam or two right before perhaps these samples were taken. Of course, that was quickly sustained, but it's out there. She's going to come and testify. She's going to be asked about it, and now the jury already knows.
Also failed certain of her proficiency exams.
Objection, Your Honor.
A couple months earlier?
I am going to strike that, and the objection sustained.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
All right, you are all set. Thank you very much. All right. Could I see counsel just briefly, please?
Oh, are you gonna chastise Mr. Jackson for talking about Maureen Hartnett of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab failing her proficiency exams? Let's see how long this sidebar goes for.
Okay. Go forward with Ms. And Mr. Jackson and Ms. Giannetti, you're prepared to go forward with Ms. Little's absence with Mr. Nagel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Misty and Eddie is how the closed captions have been referring to Mr. Yannetti. Misty and Eddie. So maybe I'll name one of the streams Misty and Eddie. Ms. Little, I don't know if she's sick and that's why she left, but I guess we're going to hear from Ryan Nagel now, so buckle up. Buckle up. Stop zooming in on attorney-client conversations. Court TV, not appropriate. You're going to get the cameras kicked out of the courtroom. We don't want that.
Step for me. Stand up there. Remain standing and face the front.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Sighing already.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Ryan Nagel, Nagel.
And Mr. Nagel, where do you live?
I live in Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
30 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
I live with my girlfriend now and her son.
And prior to that, who, if anyone, did you live with?
My parents, my brother and sister.
And you have two siblings, a brother and a sister?
Correct.
And are you the oldest?
Yes.
And your sister's name is what?
Julie.
Now, and do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for?
I'm a union tin knocker, which is HVAC.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 12 years.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall that?
I do.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
I believe it was a weekend.
And at some point, do you recall going out on that evening?
Yes, I do.
And where did you go, and who, if anyone, did you go out with?
I went to CF McCarthy's to begin the night with two of my friends, well, now my ex-girlfriend and my friend Rick, to meet up with my sister.
And
Oh, his ex-girlfriend Heather Maxon was in the back seat. Wonder if she's going to come in and testify.
so your girlfriend at the time, and what was her name?
Heather Maxon.
And your friend Ricky, what's his last name?
D'Antano.
And you and your girlfriend at the time, Miss Maxon, how long had the two of you been dating?
Probably about a year and a half.
And your friend Ricky, how long had the two of you?
Oh, probably since 6th grade, so pretty long time.
And you went to CF McCarthy's. Is that a establishment you're familiar with?
Yes, sir. It's in the center of town.
Been there plenty of times before?
Yes, sir.
And did you go just sort of the three of you, or did you meet someone else there?
Met my sister there.
And where within the bar did you go?
I believe at a table. To my acknowledgement, what I remember, yeah.
Hold on a second. I just want to take that back. Where did he go?
Probably since 6th grade, so pretty long time.
And you went to CF McCarthy's. Is that a establishment you're familiar with?
Yes, sir. It's in the center of town.
Been there plenty of times before?
Yes, sir.
And did you go just sort of the three of you, or did you meet someone else there?
Met my sister there.
And where within the bar did you go?
I believe at a table.
Okay, so this is interesting. They were at CF McCarthy's on the night of the 28th. He, his girlfriend Heather, and Ricky D'Antano were they at CF McCarthy's the same time that John and Karen were there with Kurt Roberts and Mike Camerano. Does anybody know? This is kind of new info, yeah? I thought Julianna Nagel said she was at 34 Fairview since 6 p.m. Wasn't that her testimony? So let's see what time they were at CF McCarthy's. Well, he wasn't with Julianna. Wait, hold on.
To my acknowledgement, what I remember, yeah.
And you went to CF McCarthy's. Is that so your girlfriend at the time, and when did you go out? Do you recall what days of the week they were?
I believe it was a weekend.
And at some point, do you recall going out on that evening?
Yes, I do.
And where did you go, and who, if anyone, did you go out with?
I went to CF McCarthy's to begin the night with two of my friends, well, now my ex-girlfriend and my friend Rick, to meet up with my sister.
And so your girlfriend at the time, and what was her name?
Heather Maxon.
To meet up with his
And,
sister.
your friend Ricky, what's his last name?
D'Antano.
And you and your girlfriend at the time, Miss Maxon, how long had the two of you been dating together?
Probably about a year, year and a half.
And your friend Ricky, how long had the two of you?
Oh, probably since 6th grade, so pretty long time.
And you went to CF McCarthy's. Is that a establishment you're familiar with?
Yes, sir. It's in the center of town.
Been there plenty of times before.
Yes, sir.
And did you go just sort of the three of you, or did you meet someone else there?
Met my sister there.
And where within the bar did you go?
I believe at a table. To my acknowledgement, what I remember, yeah.
Do you recall sort of what side of the bar you were?
I was on the, I believe I was on the left side, near the bathrooms.
So if you're walking in on the left side towards the back.
Correct.
And do you recall about what time it was that you got there?
Jeez, I don't know, probably, I don't even really remember, 7, 8 maybe.
Does he have
And,
more
do
than
you
one
recall
sister?
how it was that you got there?
7 or 8. They were at CF McCarthy's. Which sister? Does he have more than one sister? Was he has only one sister. So he says he met Julie, his sister, at CF McCarthy's between 7 and 8. She testified that she was at 34 Fairview at 6 p.m. Am I wrong? I'm pretty sure she said 6 p.m.
There, like what
8 maybe.
towards the back.
Correct.
And do you recall about what time it was that you got there?
Jeez, I don't know, probably, I don't even really remember, 7, 8 maybe.
And do you recall how it was that you got there? Like what mode of transport did you take?
Oh, Ricky drove.
And Ricky drove his own vehicle, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
What kind of vehicle did Ricky have on?
I believe it was a 2018 F-150 pickup truck.
Recall the color or anything like that?
Gray, dark gray.
And he picked you up, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And was Miss Maxon with you when he picked you up?
Yes.
Now, as far as CF McCarthy's was concerned, you're at a bar, you were drinking, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Recall what you were drinking?
Probably beer. It's usually what I drink.
Do you have a particular brand or anything?
Coors Light.
And as far as your girlfriend at the time, Miss Maxon, do you recall what, if anything, she was drinking?
I would
Why do we
probably
care?
say beer as well. I'm probably either Bud Light or Mick Ultra.
And your friend Ricky, was he drinking as well?
Yeah, he had a few.
And if you know about how long were you at CF McCarthy?
Probably a few hours, probably 2, maybe 3 hours.
Now, following that, where did you go?
From there, we went to, so a friend of mine shot me a text and we went to the Hillside, which is on the other side of town.
And you're familiar with that establishment as well?
Yes, sir.
And when you say it's on the other side of town, about how long is the drive sort of between CF McCarthy's and Hillside?
Probably 10 minutes.
And when you arrive there, how many friends are we talking about that you're meeting up with?
It was just one other gentleman.
And fair to say when you get there, you have some more drinks?
Yes, sir.
Same thing?
Yep.
And if you know, in total, sort of over the course of the evening, as you're going from one place to the other, how many beers did you have?
Oh, probably between, I don't know, 5 to 8, maybe, give or take. I'm not sure.
And
So if he says 5 to 8, it's probably 12 to 15. Everybody minimizes how many drinks they have. No, I don't know. 5 to 8. And he's not driving. He's drinking Coors Light. His sister's with him at CF McCarthy's. Isn't that what he said? I'm very confused.
a large amount or a normal amount? How would you?
I guess for the weekend, it'd probably be like a normal, maybe, I guess.
And you weren't driving that night?
No, sir. No, it was not.
And about how long was it that you were at the Hillside?
I would say I was probably there hour-ish, give or take.
And do you know about what time you left?
Probably around midnight.
And when you left from there, where was it?
I went to pick up my sister, Julie, because she shot me a text asking for a ride.
And so you were at the Hillside when you received the text from your sister, Julie, correct?
Correct, sir.
And did she, what if anything did she indicate as far as where she was or where you were going to pick her up?
She said she was at her friend Brian's house.
And is that friend Brian, is that someone that you're familiar with?
Yes, sir.
And who do you know that person?
Just my sister's best friend since they were kids.
And I'm sorry, do you know what his last name is?
Oh, Albert.
And his house, have you been there before?
I've driven by it a few times, yes.
Is that somewhere you would pick your sister up from on Pirate?
Yes, sir.
And again, as far as when you leave from the hillside and you're going to this address, did you know what the address was, or did you have to ask your sister for it? Or
No, I already knew where the house was.
did you know specifically what the address was, or you just knew generally where?
I didn't know the address. I know the street name, but I didn't know the number.
What did you know the street name?
Fairview.
And as you're, so you exit the hillside, get in the truck, and who's in the truck at this point?
Ricky is driving. I'm in the passenger seat, and Heather is in the back seat.
And the back seat, as far as Ricky's truck is concerned, can you describe sort of what that is?
It was like a jump seat. It's a crew cab, so it's got like the suicide doors on the back.
And by suicide doors, you mean they sort of open up in like sort of a triangle? Is that?
Yes, sir.
Now, about how long was it after you received the text from your sister to the time that you sort of jump in the truck and start to go over to there?
Probably 40 minutes or so. We kind of took our time. She said she wasn't saying come now. She just said, when you get a second, you come pick me up and bring me home.
And if you know about how long a drive is it from the hillside to there?
5 minutes, 7 minutes, maybe.
And as you're driving along, as far as the address is concerned, is that something that you gave to Ricky as far as the GPS, or were you giving him sort of verbal directions?
Verbal directions.
And do you recall what you sort of said as far as where to go?
Yes, sir.
And what was that, sir?
Like the direction we went, you mean? Like the street?
I think we can move beyond that, Mr. Lilly.
What route did you
What
take?
I'm trying to ask, sir, is as you're approaching Fairview, do you recall which side of Fairview or how you approached Fairview?
I was coming down Cedar Crest, so Fairview would be on my left.
And as you're coming down Cedar Crest with Fairview on your left, what, if anything else, did you observe sort of in front of the truck?
I noticed a car coming up the hill towards us.
And can you describe the other car that you saw coming up?
It was a black SUV.
And was that a black SUV that you were familiar with or anything like that?
No, no.
I didn't get the end of the question, please.
I'm sorry.
Sir, if you could just, and I know it's difficult, but if you could just wait till I finish the
Yep.
question.
Sorry, sir.
So the stenographer can report. So I'm sorry. So as you were coming up and you see this black SUV, did you recognize it as something you had seen before?
No, sir.
And when so you're approaching at the same time, is that correct?
Yeah, just about, yes.
And with regard to Fairview being on the left, what, if anything, had Ricky done with respect to the vehicle to signal the left?
He put his left blinker on.
And that other vehicle that was coming in the opposite direction, what, if anything, did you observe as far as their direction?
They had their right directional on.
And so as a result of that, what, if anything, did Ricky?
He flashed his headlights to let the person go because they were going to beat us, obviously, to the turn. So.
And when they were coming in, so they went first, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Ricky's truck then proceeds behind that black SUV onto Fairview.
Yes, sir.
And as you're coming up to the house, to Brian Albert Jr.'s house, where did that black SUV go?
Probably about kind of right in front of the house, I would say.
It came up to the same house that you were going to? Is that
Correct, sir. Yes.
And as far as the vehicles being the black SUV and Ricky's truck, are they facing in the same direction?
Yes, sir.
And which side of the truck that you're in is facing towards the house, Brian's house?
Say that again. Sorry.
So, very poorly put question. So with regard to the truck that you're in,
Yes.
is it the driver's side, the passenger side, or something else that's facing the house?
Oh, passenger side. So my side.
So your side and the passenger side facing the house.
Yes, sir.
And where did Ricky stop the truck in relation to the house?
Right in front of the driveway.
And when you stop in front of the driveway, about how far away from you is the black SUV that you saw?
Probably a car length in front of me, a car length and a half in front of me.
And as you're sitting behind that, what, if anything, was in between the truck, Ricky's truck, and the black SUV in front?
There was nothing, sir.
And at any point in time that you were there in front of the house, did you observe anybody get out of that truck? I mean, get out of the SUV?
No, sir, I did not.
And when you arrived there, what, if any, communication do you have with Julie inside the house in reference to your presence?
I texted her when we were coming down Cedar Crest saying, hey, I'm almost here. You know, get ready to come out.
And about how long was it between the time that Ricky parks in front of the driveway and the time that your sister comes out?
Probably about 2 minutes.
And do you recall seeing her exit from the house?
Yes, I do.
And how did she sort of exit and how did she come up to the truck?
Like, you mean like what door or?
What door and how did she?
I would say the side door next to the garage.
And how was it that she?
You mean what door? They have obviously prepped him to talk about what door. He says Julianna Nagel came out the side door. He also says that Karen's car was right in front of him, a car to a car length away, car length to a car length and a half away. Julianna Nagel testified that when she came out to talk to her brother, Karen's SUV had already left. And I think she said the front door. I know that she said she left for the night by the front door. I'm not sure if she said she came out to see him through the front door as well. We're thinking that's because that's where people left their shoes in the foyer when they came into the house. Everyone is saying that she said front door. He's saying side door. Let's take it back.
Did she come up?
I would, like, you mean like what door or?
What door and how did she?
I would say the side door next to the garage.
And how was it that did she come across the lawn, down the driveway? How did she come up?
Guess she crossed through the lawn a little bit, but obviously walked down the driveway because we were at the end of it.
And at this time, when you're in front of the house on Fairview, what was the weather doing at that point?
It just started to snow, sir.
And as far as accumulation on the road or the grass or anything, did you see anything like that?
Very little. Wasn't too much on the ground yet.
And as far as when your sister was walking down from the house to the truck, did you see anything as far as like footprints in the snow or anything like that?
No, I was not really looking for that.
So not anything you know?
No, sir.
So she comes to the truck. How was it that you spoke to her? Did you roll down the window, open the door? How did that?
I opened the door just because I assumed she was going to jump in the back seat. And she goes, oh, would you guys like to come inside? I looked over at Ricky and he goes, maybe we should call it a night. Obviously we were out for a long time. So she goes, no, I'm gonna stay a little longer. And so she shut the door and I watched her go in the house and that was it.
And the time from the time that your sister came out and the time that she went back in the house, how long a period of time was it?
Maybe 30, 45 seconds tops.
A relatively short amount of time.
Yeah, it was kind of like an in and out thing.
Now, as far as the black SUV in front of you, what, if anything, did you observe about movement of that vehicle in any point?
I noticed that the brake lights, the only reason I noticed is because the brake lights were on and it moved, let's say moved up maybe another car length in front of us from where it was.
And when was that in relation to when you were parked out there waiting for Julie, talking to Julie? When did that?
Probably simultaneously when she came out the door.
So moved up a little bit further, about a car and a half?
Further away from us.
Facing the same direction?
Yes, sir.
And was that the only time that you observed the vehicle move up, or did it move up?
No, that was the only time I saw her move.
And when you say the brake lights, what part of the brake lights were you looking at?
The only reason I noticed that it was the brake lights and not the regular parking lights because the third light above was on.
And so above, sort of in the center of the back of the vehicle?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Now, as far as any of the other lights or any other part of the vehicle, what, if any, damage did you observe on the vehicle at that time?
I did not observe. It was dark out.
And as far as when the vehicle moved up from one position to the next position, what, if anything, did you observe in the roadway as far as tire marks in the snow or anything like that?
I didn't really observe any other tracks in the snow besides the car in front of us.
So you did observe tire marks from the car in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, but no other tire marks that you saw?
No, sir.
And as far as around the vehicle, at any point in time, did you observe anybody exit the vehicle or be outside of the vehicle or anything like that?
No, sir. No, I did not.
And did you see anybody go from the vehicle to the house?
No, sir.
And did you see any footprints in the snow or anything like that around the vehicle?
No, mainly because I obviously it was late at night and I wasn't really looking for any of that.
Now, as far as your sister, when she comes out to the truck outside, how would you describe, did she seem overly intoxicated to you?
Yeah, it seemed like she had a few.
Do you see what he's trying to do right now? Lollipop? He's trying to make Ryan say that his sister was hammered, so her testimony is unreliable. But he wants us to believe that she saw a blob in the yard as they were leaving, which he wants us to believe is Officer O'Keefe's body on the lawn. But he doesn't want us to believe that Karen Reed's vehicle was gone when she walked out to talk to her brother. So what in the hell is he doing? Do you want him to tell you that his sister was hammered and her testimony should not be believed? Or that she wasn't drunk and we should believe everything we say, in which case he's not telling the truth? It's a fine line he's walking here, like a tightrope. This is where the tightrope enters the circus, my friends. He better hope there's a big, big net underneath him. Low talker Lally.
Was she slurring a word? As your sister, when she comes out to the truck outside, how would you describe, did she seem overly intoxicated to you?
Yeah, it seemed like she had a few.
Was she slurring her words or stumbling as she was walking?
No, sir.
Let me ask, from the time that you came down from Cedar Crest, is that right?
Correct, sir. Yes.
So from the time that you came down from Cedar Crest, the black SUV is in front of your vehicle sort of the entire time, correct?
From like,
No.
the point I turned onto Cedar Crest, you mean?
Yes.
No, the only time I saw the vehicle was when we probably got up 100 feet from Fairview.
Hmm.
And I'm sorry, it's a poorly put question. What I'm asking is, after you turn from Cedar Crest on the Fairview, that vehicle is in front of you the entire time?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, yes.
And so you watch your...
How far is it from the corner where they turn onto Fairview until you get to 34 Fairview Road? Can we ask that question? How many houses down from the corner is it? How far in distance did they travel from the point where they made that turn until they got to 34 Fairview? Is the jury supposed to guess? Is the jury supposed to be familiar with the area? They did go on a site visit. But I would like to know from this witness what length of time, how far they traveled on Fairview in distance or time before they got to 34. Is it right around the corner? Is it 2 minutes down the road? I'm not familiar with the area, but he doesn't ask questions like that. He asks questions like, what, if anything, was the weather like? Who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance? Yeah, he's got to be kidding us.
Sister Julie go back up to the house, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
To make sure she got inside okay?
Yes,
And did you observe her go inside the house?
I did. Yes.
And after she gets inside the house, what, if anything, did Ricky do with the truck?
He pulled out to go around the SUV in front of us and then to go home.
And as far as pulling out, as far as sort of the distance between the truck that you're in and the SUV that's in front of you, did Ricky put it in reverse and then have to like maneuver around, or could he just sort of pull away from the curb?
He just pulled away.
And as he's going by the dark SUV, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to that?
I observed that there was a person inside the car with the interior light on.
And that would be sort of a dome light, is that right?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Can you see where the dome light was, as far as in the left, right, or center of the vehicle?
I was in the center.
And can you describe the person that you saw? Where were they? First of all, where were they in the car?
They were in the driver's seat.
And can you describe what the person looked like?
It was a woman.
And how do you know that it was a woman?
Had long hair.
And do you know what color the hair was?
No, I didn't. I was wasn't really paying attention to it. I was kind of just watching Julie go in as we were pulling away.
Your direction was to the house as you were watching Julie go in and Ricky's pulling away.
He was watching Julie go in as they were pulling away. I thought he said he waited until she got in the house before they left. Okay.
Way sort of simultaneously.
Yes, sir.
So that's why you're looking over in that area of the house.
Correct.
And the woman that you see in the driver's seat of the vehicle, could you see her lips moving as if she was talking or anything like that?
No, I wasn't really paying attention to that.
And as far as what, if anything, did you observe her to be doing, or how was she seeing?
It seemed like she was looking straight ahead with her hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel.
Now, as far as the other, what, if anything else, did you see, or who, if anyone else, did you see within the interior of the vehicle at that time?
I only saw one person at the time. I wasn't really looking. It
Mhm.
just happened to be like at a glance as we drove by.
He only saw one person in the car, but he saw that her hands were at 10 and 2, and he saw that it was a woman, and the interior light was on, which some people just pointed out would go on if the door was open. If she's looking at her phone, I would submit to you she doesn't need to turn the dome light on inside the car, so I don't know. But it's completely conflicting with his sister's testimony. Sister testified she had seen the black SUV, but it was already gone by the time she went outside to talk to her brother.
And so your head's already turned in that direction, looking to see your sister get inside the house, correct?
Correct, sir. Yes.
And so as you're going by and you make these observations of this woman in the front seat of the vehicle, what, if any, movement did you do of your body or your head to look into the vehicle?
I just turned my head as we were driving by to watch Julie go in and then turn straight, look forward.
So it's not as if you were peeking forward or going back to get a better view inside the vehicle?
No, sir.
Now, during the time that you were outside of the house, did you hear any noises or see or hear anything coming from that vehicle in front of you?
No, sir, I did not.
And as far as within your own vehicle, when Julie comes out, what, if anything, did you or Ricky do with regard to sort of the radio within?
Turn the music down. We had music playing.
You had music playing as you pull up, turn it down when Julie comes out to talk.
Correct, sir. Yes.
And at the time that you're pulling away from the curb, had you or anybody sort of turn the radio back up?
Not that I remember, sir. No.
Now, with reference to when Julie comes out and you open the doors so that you can talk to her, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And did you open just the front passenger door or the back door?
I opened my passenger door. That was it.
And you were expecting her to essentially get in at that point, is that fair?
Correct, sir. Yes, I was.
Now, when you opened the door to the pickup truck, the passenger side door, what, if anything, happened with the dome light inside the truck?
It went on.
Oh, Allie.
Now, after you go past the dark SUV, where did you go from there?
To my house, sir.
And as far as your house, who, if anyone, gets dropped off there in addition to yourself?
Just me and Heather.
And Ricky then leaves from there, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And from that road on Fairview to your house, about how long a ride is that?
5 minutes.
And when you left the roadway on Fairview, the vehicle that you had seen after it initially pulls up an additional car and a half or so, when you left, was it in the same position after its movement that you observed?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would just ask to publish a couple of photos.
Oh, more photos.
Okay.
More useless photos of the
If I can
house
have, exhibit number 71.
with laser printers.
May I approach the witness?
Pointers.
Here's a laser pointer.
There's a laser pointer.
Mr. Nagel, up on the screen, do you recognize what is depicted in that photograph up on the screen?
Yes, I do, sir.
What do you recognize it to be?
Say that again?
What do you recognize it to be?
That it's the Albert's house?
And that fair and accurate portrayal of what the house looked like at the night that you were there on the early morning of the 29th?
Looks like there was more snow than what I came to.
So more snow in this photograph than when you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, with reference to Ricky in the truck, if you could, using that laser pointer, do you see that area of the street in front of the house where Ricky parked the truck?
I do, sir. Right about there.
Okay. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit, number 72. Now, the area that you were describing when you first pull up to the house and the dark SUV is in front of you, do you see that area within this photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
If you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you see that. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, next exhibit, excuse me, number 73. Again, what's up on the screen, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
And within this photograph, you see that sort of secondary position where the vehicle moves up and where you see it in that secondary position.
Yes.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where in the photograph you observe. Thank you. And from that side of the yard, is there any sort of landmarks or anything else that you observed sort of in the area where that vehicle pulled up to in that secondary position?
I know there's a flagpole there, and there, I believe it's an electrical box along with bushes.
And it's the flagpole, you observed that in this picture as well?
Yes, sir.
If you could just briefly direct the jury's attention to that as well. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that.
Mr. Lally not doing such a fine job on this direct examination of Ryan Nagel, who came to court.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
If you're just listening, in a he looks very dapper, crisp white button-down shirt, nice what looks like navy blue blazer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And here comes smooth as butter AJ to cross-examine Mr. Nagel.
Good morning, Mr. Nagel.
Good morning.
A couple of questions for you. Since January 29th, have you been contacted by anybody from either the Albert family or the McCabe family about the circumstances of January 29th, 2022?
No, I have not, sir.
Have you been contacted by any other person other than the Albert family or the McCabe family since January 29th, 2022 about your testimony or your statements?
About my statements, no, but I mean, me and Ricky are best friends, and obviously it's things that we've brought up in the past.
So,
Yes.
I didn't mean to speak over you. So you and Ricky, and how do I pronounce his last name?
Dantano?
Dantano. You and Mr. Dantano have obviously discussed the circumstances of that night
Yes, sir.
and what happened.
Yes.
Did that change your testimony in any way?
No, sir. No, it did not.
You were interviewed by a Massachusetts state trooper on or about February 7th, 2022, correct?
Sounds about right. Yes.
Do you remember which state trooper that was?
Not off the top of my head, no.
His name Michael Proctor, sound right?
No, sir. I don't think so.
You don't believe it was Michael Proctor?
I'm not 100% sure. No, I'm not sure.
Do you remember the state trooper that did interview you had a partner named Yuri Buchnick?
Yes. That sounds familiar. Yes.
During that interview, you told and I'm just going to call him the trooper since you don't remember his name, the trooper and Yuri Buchnick, that there were two other people in the car when you approached 34th Fair.
Say that again.
You told those two troopers that there were two other people in the car with you, Ricky D'Antono.
Yes. In my vehicle. Yes, sir.
Okay. So they were well aware of the identity of Ricky D'Antuno and Heather Maxon. D'Antano and Heather Maxon at the time.
Correct.
As early as February 7th, 2022.
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about your approach to Fairview Road. You were coming along Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
You would have been going west-ish. I know it's a curved road, but sort of west. If Fairview goes north and south,
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
You would have been going west and then turning south onto Fairview, correct?
Correct, yes.
You indicated that the SUV, the dark SUV, beat your car to the intersection. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And because the car was ahead of you, Ricky flashed his lights as a courtesy to say, you got the turn.
Correct, sir.
Because both of you were approaching the intersection, but the SUV was closer.
Correct, sir.
You pulled up to Fairview and stopped relatively close to the driveway, as you've indicated to the jurors, correct?
Correct, sir.
And your car was as much as 3 car lengths behind that SUV. Do you recall that?
When we arrived,
Yes.
I would say car length and a half at the time.
Okay. Do you recall being interviewed on or about May 11th, 2023 by individuals not associated with the Commonwealth?
A gentleman came to my door, but I did not speak to him.
Would it refresh your recollection?
Hold on a second. May of 2023. That could be the federal grand jury. Let's take that back for the date.
Car length and a half at the time.
Okay. Do you recall being interviewed on or about May 11th, 2023 by individuals not associated with the Commonwealth?
A gentleman came to my door, but I did not speak to him.
Would it refresh your recollection? Do you remember talking in May of 2023 with anybody about this case?
I don't know. 2023 may have been the feds.
The feds.
Okay.
He said the feds.
I'm trying to.
Just listen to my
He said the feds. The feds have entered the case, everyone. Remember, if a witness organically brings it up, they're allowed to talk about the feds and the federal investigation. And this witness said, may have been the feds. Yeah, we've been waiting for it. Whoever has feds on their bingo card for today, he said it. He said it. Boom, boom. There's the feds. There's the feds. There's the feds. The feds are in the house, says Madam Roz. He just opened the door and the fence is going to drive a truck right through it. Tick, tick, boom. Is the cat officially out of the bag? Can they now use this terminology? Let's see what happens with the judge. If you're watching more than one stream at a time and you're a little bit ahead, because we are a little behind, trouble ahead, trouble behind. And you know that notion, just lost. We do not give any spoilers, please, in the chat. Thank you.
my question.
No, I understand.
Were you talked to by anybody?
Hold on, we got to hear that again for emphasis.
Being interviewed on or about May 11th, 2023 by individuals not associated with the Commonwealth?
A gentleman came to my door, but I did not speak to him.
Would it refresh your recollection? Do you remember talking in May of 2023 with anybody about this case?
I don't know. 2023 may have been the feds.
Okay, let's.
I'm trying to.
Just listen to my question. real
No, I
quick.
understand.
Were you talked to by anybody? Don't say who. Just tell me if you were talking. Yes or no.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Do you think it would refresh your recollection as to when that interview took place if you saw a report?
Yes, sure.
Okay. May I approach you on that?
Oh, good. Let him see the report of what he said to the feds.
There's a
May
date at the
11th
top
of
and
2023.
a
Oh, I
highlighted
wish we could see.
portion at the bottom. If you wouldn't mind taking a glance at that and then look up to me when you're finished reviewing that.
I wish we could see the judge's face or Lally's face. I knew Ryan would be the one to save the day, says Janie T.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you show Mr. Lally what you showed the witness?
Does this refresh your recollection, sir, that you indicated in that interview?
Just 2 parts. Does it refresh your recollection?
Understood. Does that refresh your recollection about what you may have said?
Yes.
So there was an interview in May of 2023,
Yes.
and you did indicate some distance that you were behind the SUV in that interview.
Yes. Well, at the beginning, it was only a car length and a half. And then probably at the end, by the time we left, it was about 3 car lengths.
Okay, fair enough. So at the end, it was as much as 20 to 50 feet ahead of you.
Give or take, yes.
Okay, so 50 feet, obviously further than the length of this courtroom.
Correct.
All right.
Mm.
So at a time when you were in the truck, still stationary, that SUV had pulled ahead of you at least 3 car lengths, correct?
By the end, yes.
Okay. you've already indicated, but I want to make sure I'm clear about this. Did any car pull in between Ricky's truck and the SUV when you were sitting behind the SUV?
No, sir.
You didn't see a Jeep?
No, sir.
With a big old snow plow on the front of it?
No, sir, I did not.
That car was never between your car and the SUV, was it?
I never saw any other vehicle in between us.
Okay, because remember, Brian Higgins was driving a Jeep with a plow on it. And there's going to be testimony that he was parked in front of the mailbox. But Mr. Ryan Nagel, who just mentioned the feds and brought them into this trial, inadvertently, I'm sure, has said there was no other vehicle in between his and Karen Reed's vehicle. So much conflicting testimony that the jury has to wade through. I want to know if they're furiously taking notes right now. Nobody has ever seen the missing Jeep, Shaylee. That is correct. He's the only witness that recalls anything interesting, says Susan Jacques. And Jay Pearl says, I love how honest this kid is. He never saw Higgy's Jeep.
Fair enough. When you got to the location, you indicated that you had texted your sister that you were arriving. Is that
Correct,
right?
sir, yes.
How long before she came out the door to meet you at the car?
Since I like the text, you mean?
Correct.
2 minutes, because we were coming down Cedar Crest and I texted saying we're almost there.
And then once you got on Cedar Crest, it's just a few seconds to drive up to the driveway at Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did she text you back?
I don't remember.
You had your phone out.
Yes,
It was in, I'm guessing it was in your lap or in your hand.
I would assume yes.
Okay. So for a period of time, while you were inside the cab of the truck, as you were pulling up, you were monitoring your phone to determine whether or not she was going to text you back, step out of the house, whatever.
Yes.
Finally, your sister did come out the front door. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And when she came out the front door, you were looking toward the right.
Now, when you say front door, like there's 2 doors to the house.
That's a good point. There's let's call it a front door, which is the classic front door, and then a side door.
Correct, sir, yes.
Which door did she come out?
The side door next to the garage.
Okay, so that would have been close to 90 degrees from where you were seated. You would have been looking to your right,
Yeah,
not
Yes.
necessarily looking straight ahead.
correct.
All right, so for that period of time, as you're looking to your right, you see her come out the side door,
Yes, sir,
and you watch her approach down the driveway.
correct.
So at this point, you don't know what's happening with the truck in front of you in those moments.
No, I wasn't really paying attention to that at the time.
Okay. You indicated that you said on direct examination that you believe that once she was out and at the truck, that she was there for 30 or 40 seconds.
Correct, sir.
Do you remember actually testifying at a previous hearing in May of 2022 that it was more than 5 minutes that she was out by the truck?
It was not 5 minutes. I'm saying the whole time.
Okay. Somebody again coughed right in the middle of his question. So we need to take it back. This was during the state grand jury, which indicted Karen Reed and upgraded her charges to second-degree murder. That was held in May of 2022. He's asking him about that testimony, but somebody coughed right in the middle of the question. So let me see if I can make it out.
You said on direct examination that you believe that once she was out and at the truck, that she was there for 30 or 40 seconds.
Correct, sir.
Do you remember actually testifying at a previous hearing in May of 2022 that it was more than 5 minutes that she was out by the truck?
That it was more than a few minutes,
It was not 5 minutes. I'm saying the whole time.
more than 5 minutes that she was out by the truck. He testified to that apparently during the state grand jury in May of 2022.
Time that I was there, probably between 2 to 3.
Do you remember being asked how long, if you know, were you talking with Julie out in front of the house, and you indicating under oath a little over 5 minutes, I would say?
I mean, if you got it, sure.
Mayor,
I mean,
Yes.
A little over
whatever you
5
guys
minutes.
have.
I'm sorry.
You tell
Oh, yeah,
Mr.
do it
Lally what
again.
page it is or something?
May I have that back for 2
Yes, sir.
seconds?
Yep.
That highlighted portion and look up.
He's showing him a transcript of his grand jury testimony for the state in May of 2022 to refresh his recollection.
Does that refresh your? Mr. Nagel, does that refresh your recollection?
Seems that yes.
Okay. And is it, in fact, was it your testimony that back in May of 2022, much closer to the event in question, that you indicated under oath that y'all were actually talking for closer to 5 minutes?
The whole thing, probably, yeah.
Okay. You indicated that you opened up the truck door, is that right?
I opened up my passenger door, correct?
So that does that, you know, F-150, does that automatically open up the suicide door as well?
No, it does not. There's a handle
Okay.
on the inside of the door to open.
So it was just the passenger door that was open?
Correct, sir.
Got it. And your sister Julie would have been standing in the crook of that door, correct?
Yes.
So the door would sort of obstruct something to her right or toward the front of the truck.
Correct. That would be the door.
Right. How tall is the truck? Is it lifted?
It was, yes.
Okay. So that door is probably up above eye level.
It wasn't that high.
Okay, the F-150 was lifted, and suicide door has entered the chat. So AJ Smooth as Butter Alan Jackson is establishing that he opened his door. The truck was lifted, so it was very high. She was inside the crook of the door. The door would have been blocking her view to the right. And we heard Julianna testify yesterday that he just cracked open the window, did not open the door. So there's a lot of conflicting testimony, and the jury's going to decide who they believe more, whether it's Ryan or Ryan's sister, Julianna. Let me know what you think in the chat, who you think is a more credible witness.
No.
Okay. Probably up above eye level.
It wasn't that high, no.
Okay. You indicated that while she was out there, you turned the music down so you could have a conversation with her.
Correct.
You talked about whether or not she wanted to come in the truck and leave, correct?
Say it again.
You talked about whether or not she wanted to get in the truck and leave.
I asked if she was coming, yes.
You also talked about whether or not you would come in the house and stay.
She asked that, yes.
Okay, so there was a conversation back and forth about either you staying at 34 Fairview or her leaving 34 Fairview and getting in the car.
Correct, sir.
There was also a conversation about whether or not you guys needed to give her a ride then, or if she could get a ride on her own after you guys left, if she wanted to stay.
Correct, sir, yes.
And part of that conversation included even talking about whether or not maybe her mom, your mom, would come get her after you guys left.
I would assume, maybe. 2 years ago.
Right, understood. But it's safe to say that there was a dialogue back and forth during which time you're engaged with your sister to your right. She's engaged with you looking straight ahead in the crook of the door when it's freezing cold out.
Correct.
All right. And during this time, your attention is focused on your sister, obviously.
Yes.
At some point, she did decide to stay.
Yep.
And at that point, she then left the crook of the door. You would shut the door. I'm guessing you shut the door.
Yes, sir.
And then Ricky figured out, okay, we're gonna get out of here, and she's not coming with us.
Correct.
Did y'all wait long enough to see her go inside the house?
Just gradually pulling away and watched her walk in the house.
Okay. And that answers my next question. When you pulled away, you didn't speed away, correct?
Correct, sir.
Gradually, slowly pulled away and out and around the SUV that was in front of you.
Correct, sir, yes.
So y'all made up the distance at that point after you had this maybe 5-minute conversation with your sister. You made up the distance and got up to the SUV that was in front.
Yes.
All the taillights were intact.
To my acknowledgement, yes.
I mean, as you sit here.
I mean, may I?
Of course.
I mean, I'm not there to, look at a car and be like, oh, is there any damage on a vehicle? It's 12:30 at night. Obviously, I had a few drinks. I'm not looking for that. I just noticed that the brake lights were on. So
You noticed that this is going to the damage of the vehicle and the broken taillight. So you're right, true crime addict. He's not lying for anyone. He's the most truthful and respectful out of everybody, but he's going to try and qualify his testimony here about the brake lights. So let's just pull that back and listen to what he said. He says it's around 12:30.
So y'all made up the distance at that point after you had this maybe 5-minute conversation with your sister. You made up the distance and got up to the SUV that was in front.
yes.
All the taillights were intact.
To my acknowledgement, yes.
I mean, as you sit here.
I mean, may I?
Of course.
I mean, I'm not there to, look at a car and be like, oh, is there any damage on a vehicle? It's 12:30 at night. Obviously, I had a few drinks. I'm out looking for that. I just noticed that the brake lights were on. So
Right. But the point is, as you sat there and you testified about this before, you noticed no damage on any of the taillights.
not to my acknowledgement, no.
Okay, there's 3 taillights, one to the left, one to the right, and one center top.
Correct, sir.
And you didn't notice or note anything out of the ordinary with regard to the rear of that truck.
No, like I said, it was dark out.
It's dark out, but he said that the lights were illuminated, the brake lights. He said there was no damage to the brake lights. Mickey, got it? Got it.
At any point, did you see that SUV in front of you drive up 50 or 60 feet, slam into reverse, and then drive backward?
No.
At any point, did you see that SUV reverse and hit a pedestrian?
Objection.
Sir.
I'll allow that. You didn't see that, right?
No, sir.
What? Okay, Judge, you want to help the witnesses answer? You didn't see that, right? You didn't see the vehicle go in reverse and speed up and hit a pedestrian. You didn't see that, right? I mean, finally she does something for the defense. Hold on, we got to hear that again because this rarely to never happens.
Drive up 50. At any point, did you see that SUV in front of you drive up 50 or 60 feet, slam into reverse, and then drive backward?
No.
At any point, did you see that SUV reverse and hit a pedestrian?
Objection.
Sir.
I'll allow that. You didn't see that, right?
No, sir.
At no point did you see a person laying on the lawn,
No, but I also wasn't looking.
No,
but you didn't see it.
No.
And you did see the truck in front of you.
The SUV, yes.
The SUV in front of you.
Correct.
All right. You didn't see a person standing or lying on the ground anywhere around that SUV, did you?
No.
And it's not.
notice his choice of words there. He corrected Alan and said SUV. Hold on.
I'll allow that. You didn't see that, right?
No, sir.
At no point did you see a person laying on the lawn,
No, but I also wasn't looking.
but you didn't see it.
No.
And you did see the truck in front of you.
And you did see the truck in front of you. And he corrects him from truck to SUV. It's a very small distinction, but it tells me that this witness is very detail oriented. He didn't want Alan Jackson to say truck. He corrected him to say SUV. A lot of us might interchange those words, but not this witness because he's detail oriented.
But you didn't see it.
No.
And you did see the truck in front of you.
The SUV, yes.
The SUV in front of you.
Correct.
Mhm.
All right.
See that?
You didn't see a person standing or lying on the ground anywhere around that SUV, did you?
No.
And it's not just that you didn't see that SUV hit a pedestrian. That did not happen while you were sitting there, did it?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that.
No, I did not.
No.
After you drove away or drove up slowly in order to drive away, you were the passenger, or as you drove away, I should say, you were the passenger closest to the SUV as you would be passing it, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
You looked out the right window of that F-150, correct?
Correct.
And you could actually see inside the SUV as it sat there idling, correct?
Correct.
That's because the dome light was on. Isn't that right?
Correct, sir.
And you noticed that the dome light was on inside because you could clearly see what was happening inside the SUV at that time as you passed by.
And I wasn't directly looking inside. I was making sure my sister got in the house okay.
Right. But you did look inside that SUV
As I passed by, yes.
and you saw one person,
That's all I saw at the time, yes.
female with long hair. Is that right?
Correct.
And you did not see anybody else inside that SUV.
No, not to my acknowledgement.
As a matter of fact, you were asked that in prior testimony, and you indicated in response to that basic question, no, she was alone, correct?
Correct, sir.
Yes.
She was alone. She was in an SUV, not a truck. Her hands were at 10 and 2. Him correcting Alan Jackson about the difference between a truck and an SUV makes me believe everything he said. The hands at 10 and 2, the dome light on, one person in the car. She had long hair. He didn't see anybody hit by a car. There was no body on the lawn. What say you?
Alone as far as you go.
Okay,
Oh boy. And Lally's not going to let it go. He just can't. He just can't.
okay.
Just to be clear, sir, she was alone as far as you could see, correct?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You are all set, Mr. Nagel. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Slow clap, everyone,
All right,
for
Jules,
Ryan
this seems
Nagel.
like a great time to take our morning.
Court, all rise.
Slow clap, everyone, for Ryan Nagel. Take a look at the defense team if we can gauge how I think they think it went well. I think we think it went well as well. Again, with the zooming in on the conversations with the client, completely inappropriate. You're going to get the cameras kicked out of the courtroom. So behave, camera people. We don't want you screwing up our right to watch this trial at home. Let's go to the chat. Fairy Raven, thank you for your super chat. Says Nick Rocco, who sits with Karen and the defense, said earlier one of the others in the car with Julie Nagel, with Ryan Nagel, might testify he saw John enter the house. Well, that would be bombshell testimony, because Ryan's already told us he was focused on his sister. And in fact, he even says when he's driving by, he's watching his sister walk into the house, because that's the kind of protective brother that he is. Lori, thank you so much for your super chat. The fact that they seem to be lying about things that they don't have to be lied about. Right. Effin' Hippie became a member. Welcome, Effin' Hippie. Disabled Rebel, thank you for your super chat. Says, can't lie, just here for JJ and Proctor's testimony. JJ being Jen McCabe. We've learned that that is a nickname for Jen McCabe. JJ, Auntie JJ. Even Julianna Nagel called her JJ when we found out Julianna Nagel dog sat for her golden doodle, for JJ, Jen McCabe's golden doodle Bailey, and also drove Jen McCabe's kids around and sent Jen McCabe, per her request, screenshots of Julianna's text messages with her brother Ryan, who just testified about what time he picked her up, and the texts leading up to that. Can't wait. Uncle Fredo, thank you so much for the 10. Says, thank you, Melanie. Wait for us. Wait for us. That was Yanetti's opening. Linda Fillin, thank you so much for your super sticker. And Buzzing for Truth, thanks so much for your super chat. She took care of Jen McCabe's kids and dogs while on vacation, correct? You are correct. That's Julianna Nagel that we're talking about. And I just mentioned that. Mrs. Bucket, thank you so much for your super sticker. Leandra, did they ever ID the law enforcement officer that was in the circle where and when I hit him was spoken by Karen? I think it came out that it was Officer Saraf, but I'm not quite sure. Maybe someone in the chat can direct you to where to find that testimony. Thank you, Leandra, for your super sticker, super chat. Kelly Real says, thank you for the super chat. I love this stream. I tell everyone to watch you. Thank you. And welcome to everyone who Kelly has told to come over. We appreciate all of you so very, very much. Thanks, Michael, for your super sticker. I'm just a girl in the world. Wants to know with her super chat, is Lally prosecuting Karen Reed or defending the Alberts and McCabes? I think a lot of people have that question because we're not seeing a whole lot of evidence. And Karen hit Officer John O'Keefe with her car. Just haven't seen it yet. I think the Canine DNA expert was a train wreck, not through any fault of her own, but she was presented with evidence, lack of evidence, evidence that was poorly collected. She has no idea how it was collected. She found no canine DNA on the swabs that she was sent. She was not sent the clothing, just the swabs, but she did find pig DNA. And on cross-examination, Alan Jackson, who is an expert at cross-examining expert witnesses, that's why he handled that witness, got her to say that if there was any mold on the clothing from which she was sent the swabs, it could completely degrade the DNA samples if there were any. So that's interesting. Buzzing for truth. What was swabbed? Oh, back to that. Yeah, thank you for that. What was swabbed? They never really said what was swabbed. Was it a shirt? Was it a puffy jacket? Which shirt was it? It did come out that there was blood on that clothing and perhaps dirt, but we don't know. Buzzing for truth again with the super chat. Allie not being prepared. Yeah, we've seen a lot of it. Of course, your acquaintance, not your friend. Thanks for coming in with another super chat. If I'm arrested and Lally is my only option as a lawyer, I will plead guilty since my conviction would be assured. Thank you for the 10 so much. I'm just a girl in the world. Thanks for coming in with another 5. Lally should be swabbed to see if he's actually an attorney. Excellent comment. Sometimes we have to keep laughing over here, folks, or else we're just going to cry. So that's what we're doing. Laura, thanks for the super chat. Hope the defense apologizes prior to cross. Bernie Heaven says pig ears are dog treats here in the UK. They're here in the US too as well, Bernie. Thanks for the super chat. Cycle Mom ×4. Thanks for your super chat. Did the dog get pig ears to chew on? I think that's what we're talking about. You Are My Sunshine said, is this Jury Duty too? If you haven't watched it, go watch it. It's a great reality show on Amazon Prime. Very funny. Of course, your acquaintance, not your friend, sends another super chat and says, are we sure a bison or a rabbit wasn't involved? No, I think we're into like Wilbur from Charlotte's Web. Wilbur has entered the trial. There's pig DNA. Liz Laterio says, I work with DNA. Mold and bacteria are contaminations. Suzanne, thanks for the super chat. Porky Pig helped the rest of the cartoon characters at MSP swab the clothing. Karma Mama, thanks for your super chat. I did not have pig DNA on my bingo card today. She says, thank you. Linda has been a member for 2 months and says, I've been here lurking since last year. Thanks for keeping it classy and covering this trial. Oh, I was not going to miss covering this one with you, Linda. Thanks for being a member. And Scorpio Moon, thanks for becoming a member. I think you're going to like it here. Holly, thanks for the super chat. Born and raised in Cali, now living on the East Coast. I've realized during winter, all people do is drink and go to bars. What a way to live a life. Oh, Holly, I bet you rue the day you ever left California because I would love to move there myself. Anne-Marie, thanks for the super chat. When you're in law school, do they have you phrase all questions with what, if anything, blah, blah, blah? That is very, very rudimentary trial law skills. What, if anything, what, if any, so that you don't get objected to about foundation. But as you can see, a more learned or skilled trial lawyer does not use that phraseology. Sam says, I can't stop thinking half of my life spent doing time for some other effer's crime. That's a great Grateful Dead lyric. Thank you for that. Solomon Landscaping, thank you for the super chat, says, thanks, Melanie. And Mrs. Mark with the super chat. Why do you think Jackson didn't push more when Ryan mentioned the feds? Because they're really not supposed to be mentioning it. And just the fact that it came out, in my opinion, was incredibly, incredibly important and a bombshell. And they had very strict parameters around which they were allowed to mention it. And it was really only if the witness mentioned it organically. And he certainly did. He certainly did. They're back from their break. We're a little bit behind. So do not worry, my friends. We're going to get there in just a minute. Thank you, Joan, so very much for the Cash App. Says, thank you for your classy info. Joan, I appreciate you so much. And Melissa sent a Venmo and says, thanks for being a superstar. Thank you so very much, Melissa. I appreciate you. And Michelle, as always, love you, Michelle, sends a very generous Venmo and says, clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here we are. Thank you, Michelle Perry, as always, for being such a generous supporter of the channel. And Mrs. Park is in the house, bought me 5 matcha lattes. Thank you so much. And says, can we start casting for the Karen Reed story? When this is over, I hope she sells her story and makes enough money to never work again and retire to Fiji. Thanks for your stellar coverage of this case. I'm glued to your channel, gavel to gavel. The fact that this dumpster fire even went to trial is a crime in and of itself. This is not what justice looks like for Officer John O'Keefe. Thank you, Mrs. Parks, so very much for your generous contribution. And Mark, thank you for the Venmo. He's thanking me, and I'm thanking him right back. Now, my dear friends, we're going to go back to the courtroom and see what other nuggets this Karen retrial has in store for us today. And here we go. And I like how Court TV calls it killer or cover up murder trial. You decide. That was an insult to all good dumpster fires, says Sam. All right, let's watch.
All right, your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Ms. Heather Maxon to the stand.
Oh,
Okay.
here comes the ex-girlfriend of Ryan Nagel, and I wonder if she's going to have any bridges to burn. I don't know. I don't know if their breakup was good or bad. I have no idea. She was the backseat passenger in the Ford F-150 of Richie D'Antano.
Raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Heather Maxon, Maxon.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Plainville,
And how long have you lived there?
my whole life.
Do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a nanny,
And how long have you been doing that?
about 4 years.
Ma'am, if I could direct your attention to January 28th into January 29th of 2020. Do you recall those dates?
I do.
And do you recall what days of the week?
The weekend, Saturday, Friday, Saturday.
And as far as the evening of the 28th, what, if any, plans or where were you on that evening?
I was with my boyfriend at the time, Ryan, and we were out in Canton at local bars.
And your boyfriend, Ryan, his last name is Nagel.
Correct.
And did he live in Canton at the time?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time it was that you left to go out to a bar that night?
I don't remember. No, sometime in the afternoon.
And who, if anyone, did you go with in addition to yourself and Mr. Nagel?
Our other friend, Ricky
And what's Ricky's last name?
D'Antano,
And how do you know Ricky D'Antano?
through Ryan.
He's friends with your boyfriend at the time, Ryan?
Yeah. Yes, correct.
And at that time, sort of end of January 2022, how long had you and Ryan been dating?
I'd say about a year.
And did you know at that time sort of his parents, his siblings, things like that?
I did, yes.
And how many siblings is Ryan?
2.
Brother and a sister?
Correct.
And what's the sister's name?
Julie,
Is she older or younger than Ryan?
younger.
Now, at some point you said in the afternoon or so you go out to somewhere in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall where is it that you went?
We were at C.F. McCarthy's.
And how did you get to, well, prior to going to C.F. McCarthy's, where were you?
At Ryan's in Canton.
And do you recall how you got from Ryan's house to C.F. McCarthy's?
I don't remember, no.
What I'm asking is, do you recall, did you drive, did Ryan drive, and how did you?
To C.F. McCarthy's? I drove.
And do you recall, if you drove, do you recall where you parked?
I don't.
C.F. McCarthy's, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
Yes.
All right, C.F. McCarthy's again. We're gonna suffer through this direct examination, but Alex Cartier says she's great. Always love bumping into her. So Alex, you know Heather Maxon? She looks like a lovely girl. She's not from Canton. She's been the only cheery one, says Patronus Glow. Let's see. Go back to trial, Cynthia Meany. This is my channel. We pause, we talk, we commentate. That's what we do here. If you don't like it, you can go over to Law and Crime, see what's going on over there in the chat.
Do you recall, generally speaking, when you came into C.F. McCarthy's, where it was that the three of you went?
Can you rephrase the question?
Where within the establishment do you recall, were you seated at the bar, at a table? Or,
The bar.
And if you know about how long a period of time were you at C.F. McCarthy's?
I don't recall.
And was it just sort of the three of you that were there?
Yes.
And fair to say you went out to a bar and you were drinking?
Correct.
And do you recall what you were drinking?
I don't remember. It was probably a beer of some sort.
And same for Ryan and same for Ricky. Do you recall what they were drinking?
I don't recall, no.
Typically, would they be drinking beer?
Yeah, I'd say so, yes.
So at some point, did you leave C.F. McCarthy's?
Yes.
And do you recall where you went following C.F. McCarthy?
Hillside Pub?
And is that in Canton as well?
Yes.
And is that somewhere that you had been to before as well?
Yes.
And do you recall how you got from C.F. McCarthy's to the Hillside?
Ricky drove us.
And drove you in what?
His truck.
And do you recall what kind of truck or how big the truck was or color or anything like that?
I don't recall, no. Ford, I believe.
And so Ricky's driving. Where is it that you and Ryan are within sort of the cab area of the truck?
Ryan was sitting in the passenger seat and I was in the back seat.
In the back seat that you were seated in, can you describe that as far as what kind of back seat did the back of Ricky's truck have?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Let me ask it a little bit
Heather,
better.
Heather, nobody can hear him. He's a low talker. I love it. Heather has entered the chat and is directing Lally to the microphone. I love it.
The back of Ricky's truck where you were seated, is that sort of one long seat or is it cabin chairs or?
One long seat.
Now, you get to the Hillside, you know about what time it was that you arrived at the Hillside.
I don't remember.
And had, obviously, the Hillside as a bar as well, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you have more drinks there?
Probably, yeah.
And at any point in time during the course of, do you recall about how long it was that you were at the Hillside?
I don't recall, no.
Do you recall about what time it was that you left?
Late.
And during the course of the time that you were at either C.F. McCarthy's or the Hillside, as far as, was anybody from your group, as far as yourself, Ryan or Ricky, sort of overly intoxicated in any way that you observed?
No.
When you went to the Hillside, was it just the three of you again, or did you meet, or who, if anyone else, did you speak to or meet up with?
We met up with friends, yes.
And so a group of friends?
A group, yep.
And do you know approximately how many people were in the group?
Maybe two.
So a couple other people.
Correct.
And when you left from the Hillside, where did you go?
We went to pick Julie up from her friend's house.
And the friend's house that you were going to, is that someone that you knew?
No.
And is that a house that you had ever been to?
No.
And as far as sort of take Ricky's truck again?
Correct.
And as far as the seating arrangements that you described earlier from C.F. McCarthy's to the Hillside, what, if any, difference was there between Hillside and the friend's house?
There was no difference. We were sitting in the same seats.
Was it a clown car? Was it a clown car? What, if any, difference was there? These questions are so ridiculously irrelevant because all that matters is where she was sitting when Julie Nagel came out to the car. I don't care where she was sitting when they went to C.F. McCarthy's. I don't care where she was sitting in the truck when they went to the Hillside. I don't care. This is ridiculous waste of time nonsense. Why doesn't the judge tell Lally or Lolly to move it along? Lolly flop. Bum.
And do you recall or do you know where now, sort of, that you've gone to the location? Do you know where that friend's house was?
Could you rephrase? I'm sorry.
Following leaving the Hillside, going to the friend's house, you've never been there before, correct?
Correct.
And having now gone to the friend's house to pick up Julie, do you know where that friend's house is?
To this day?
Yes.
No.
Would you be able to find your way back to the house where you went that night with Julie Nagel to pick up Julie Nagel with your ex-boyfriend Ryan, who you probably haven't seen in years? Would you be able to find your way back there the same way that Karen didn't know how to get back there the next morning because she had never been there before either, and she actually does live in Canton? So, thanks, Lally, for pointing that out, because this witness would not know how to get there now either. Excellent.
Was it still within the town of Canton?
Yes.
You recall anything about the route that you took from the
Route that
Hillside
you
to-
took? She wasn't driving. She wasn't even
No.
driving.
All I know is that we were taking a left onto the street of the house, where the house is located.
So as you're approaching the street where the house is located, Ricky's taking a left onto the street.
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall about that time period when Ricky's taking the left onto the street?
Could you rephrase the question?
Ricky's pulling up to the street.
Correct.
Is there a blinker or a directional that he uses prior to pulling onto the street?
I don't recall.
And you're making a left-hand turn, is that correct?
Correct.
And as Ricky is making a left-hand turn, what, if any, other vehicles do you observe in the area at that time?
There was another vehicle in front of us on the same road coming from the opposite direction.
And can you describe that vehicle in any way as far as size, shape, color, anything?
Not the color, but it was definitely an SUV.
And as far as prior to either vehicle turning onto the road where his friend lived, what, if anything, did Ricky do with regard to the lights?
I'm sorry, I can hear you.
I'm sorry, I
as you're
can't hear you. She can't. Nobody can hear him, Heather. Heather, we feel for you. We've been trying to hear him. This is the 12th day that we've been trying to hear him. In fact, I have to move away from my microphone so I don't blow your ears out, because everyone has to turn their volume up to its highest level to even make out some semblance of a question, because the closed captionings are horrific and inaccurate. And Heather, we sympathize with you. We can't hear him either. And these questions are ridiculous. She's a backseat passenger.
Prior to either vehicle turning onto the road where his friend lived, what, if anything, did Ricky do with regard to the lights?
I'm sorry, I can hear you.
As you're pulling onto the street and the other cars come in the opposite direction, what, if anything, did Ricky do with regard to the lights on the truck that you were in?
The lights on the truck we were in?
Yes.
Well, we let the other car that was coming from the opposite direction, we let them take a right onto the street first. We yielded to them.
And yielded to them as what, if anything, did Ricky do to signal to that other
How does she
driver
know?
that-
Who cares?
He could have flashed his lights or put his blinker on. I don't recall.
He could have.
As
Don't
far as
guess.
This other vehicle, as far as the interior of the vehicle, as you're yielding to this vehicle taking a right, what, if any, observations did you make of people inside that other vehicle?
I've noticed a male and a female in the car.
And where within the vehicle was the male and female that you observed situated or seated in the car?
The female was driving and the male was in the passenger seat.
And then beyond them being a male or female, what, if any, other sort of observations did you make of what they look like or anything like that?
No, I didn't make any other observations.
Let me ask you this way. Were they African-American, Caucasian? older,
Caucasian.
younger?
Yeah, Caucasian.
So Caucasian female,
Correct.
Caucasian male.
Correct.
Did anybody ever take a statement from Heather Maxon? Because you know that's coming up on Cross. She saw John and Karen both in the car, but then when they drive by, Ryan sees only Karen. Therefore, through process of elimination, because Lally wants us to guess through everyone's testimony, it stands to reason that at some point, John O'Keefe got out of the car. So thanks again, Lally Flop, for helping the defense case. Interesting.
And as far as age or anything like that, could you tell
Age.
anything in regard to that?
Not really, no.
And as far as your sort of differentiation between male versus female, what, if anything, did you observe about them that made you sort of characterize them that way?
Characterize them as a male and a female?
Yes.
Long
Caucasian?
hair and short hair.
So that vehicle pulls onto the street that you're going onto in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And Ricky then proceeds to make the left-hand turn?
So she's saying that she saw a male and a female in the car when they were facing each other before turning onto Fairview. I don't know. His questioning is all over the place. He's not pinning down any times or places, but I'm assuming that he's saying that she sees a male and a female in the car before they turn onto Fairview as they are facing each other before Ricky maybe flashed his lights or put his blinker on. Age is just a number, man. Oh, you know it. Trauma ICURN. Age is just a number, man. Okay. Has she ever testified before at state or federal grand jury? Anybody ever take her statement? No. Nobody knew what she was going to testify to until today. I bet maybe she was interviewed last week by phone after the trial already started. Perhaps, maybe. We'll see. No spoilers, please, if you're ahead.
Correct.
Now, as Ricky is driving down the street to wherever this friend's house is, where does that SUV that you observed making the turn, where does that go?
It was parked on the street outside a house.
And so as far as from the time that you're...
It's like somebody just put a vacuum on in the courtroom. He said it was a truck going by.
So with regard to from the time that Ricky yields to that car coming in the opposite direction and the time that you pull up to the house, was that SUV in front of Ricky's truck for the entire time?
Yes.
And where did that vehicle go with relation to the house that you eventually stopped?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Did the SUV that was in front of you go to the same house?
Yes.
And when you get to the house, where was it that Ricky parked the truck in relation to the house?
Right outside the house, probably a little past the mailbox, past the driveway.
And when you make that turn from whatever street that is onto the street where the friend's house is, about how long down the street did you go before Ricky pulled over in the area of that mailbox?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
And when Ricky comes to a stop in the area of that mailbox, can you describe the distance sort of between where you are in Ricky's truck and where the vehicle is in front of you?
We were parked right behind it, just a couple feet, maybe.
And during the time that you were outside of that friend's house, did that car stay still or move or something?
It just stayed still.
So your memory is that the vehicle was essentially in the same place in front of you the entire time that you were there?
Correct.
Oh, interesting. It didn't move.
Sort of vantage point from behind the vehicle, did you observe any sort of damage or anything to the rear of the vehicle as it was in front of you?
I did not.
And at any point in time, did you see anybody exit from that vehicle at any point?
No.
Did you see anybody exit from that vehicle and go toward the house?
No.
Now, as far as when you were pulling up to the house, what was the weather like at that point, if you recall?
It was snowing out.
And what, if anything, do you recall as far as sort of accumulation of that snow at that time?
It was a light snow, but it was sticking to the ground. It started to stick.
And as far as when you're pulling up behind that vehicle, did you observe any sort of marks in the snow from that vehicle?
No.
So no tire tracks or anything that you saw?
Well, tire tracks on the road, obviously, but other than that, no.
Okay. So tire tracks on the road in behind that vehicle.
But not on the lawn.
Up to the point where it was parked.
Correct.
And around that vehicle, you never observed anybody exit the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You also didn't observe any sort of footprints or anything like that in the snow around them?
Correct.
Now, following the time that you pull up in that area of the mailbox in front of the house, who, if anyone, came out of the house?
Julie did.
And where did she come when she came out of the house?
She walked right over to Ricky's truck.
And when she comes over to Ricky's truck, who, if anyone, did she speak with in the truck?
She was speaking to all three of us.
And at some point, did she get in the truck and she go home with you or no?
No.
Where did she go after she left?
Back inside the house.
Did you see her sort of physically go back inside the house?
I did.
Is that something that your boyfriend at the time, Ryan, sort of specifically waited for her to get back in the house?
Possibly. I'm not sure.
Now, as far as, if you recall, when Julie came down to the truck and when Julie went back to the house, did she leave footprints in the snow or anything that you could see at that time?
I couldn't see, but I assume.
Nothing specifically.
Hold on. What is he trying to get her to say now?
She leave footprints in the snow or anything that you?
Did
could see
Julie
at that
leave
time?
footprints in the snow?
I couldn't see, but I assume
Don't assume, Heather.
Nothing specifically that you saw?
nothing specific, no.
Now, that time period that Julie was at the side of Ricky's truck talking to all three of you inside, about how long a period of time?
Not long, I'd say 3, maybe 5 minutes.
3 to 5 minutes.
And in general terms, what was the discussion about?
You know, just chit chat. She invited us inside the home, and I had told her that I did not want to go inside. I was tired and it was late, just wanted to get back home. So she was like, okay, went back
Smart
in
move,
and we
Heather.
left.
Smart move, Heather. Best decision you ever made in your life.
And when you left, was that vehicle that was parked in front of you, was that in the same position as you initially described when you left?
Yes,
And do you recall, as far as Ricky pulling away from the curb or pulling away from the house to go home, did he have to sort of back out to get around it, or no?
I don't recall.
And when you left, was that vehicle basically, as you're pulling away, that vehicle's in the same position, correct?
Correct.
Now, that vehicle that was parked in front of you, was it running, or could you tell?
I could tell that it was running, yes. The lights were on.
And which lights were on?
The, you know, headlights, taillights, the inside car lights were also on.
Now, as far as you're pulling away from that house and heading off to home, which way were you facing as you came away from the house?
Could you rephrase?
Let me ask a different question. So, when you pull up alongside of the house, which side of Ricky's truck is facing closer to the house? Is it the driver's side, the passenger side, or something?
The passenger side.
And so, as the vehicle is pulling away, are you pulling away in the same direction?
Correct.
The passenger side, excuse me, is still facing the house as you're pulling away.
Yes.
And you were looking let me ask you this, as far as when Julie left the truck and went back in the house, was she fully inside the house at the time that the truck was pulling away?
Yes.
And so when the truck is pulling away, where are you facing and sort of what are you looking at as you are passing by the house and passing by the SUV?
I was looking out the passenger side window, so facing the house.
And as you go past the SUV, what, if anything, did you observe within the SUV?
I observed the female in the driver's seat.
Oh,
And appear to be the same female that you observed as you were turning onto the road of Julie's friend's house?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did you observe the female in the, where was she in the vehicle?
The driver's side.
So still in the driver's seat as you had observed earlier?
Correct.
And what, if anything else, could you see as far as the driver, as far as what was she doing or anything like that?
I didn't observe anything else. She was just sitting there.
And as far as you were passing, what, if anything, did you note as far as the sort of interior lighting within the vehicle?
Yes, the interior lighting was on. So that's why I had noticed as we were pulling away the female in the driver's seat.
As far as the male passenger that you saw as you were pulling onto the street, could you see him at that point?
I did not see any other person, just the female in the driver's seat.
process of
As
elimination.
you're passing by the vehicle, did you adjust how intently were you looking inside this vehicle?
Not very intently, just kind of as we were passing by.
You didn't sort of change your positioning to see better within the vehicle? You didn't lean forward, lean back, or anything like that?
No.
Grasping at straws, my friend. Grasping at straws.
And after you left that house, where did you go from there?
Back to Ryan's.
Is that where you spent the night?
Correct.
If I may have a moment, John.
Okay.
She said she saw a male and female in the
Don't
car
recall.
before they pulled down the
About what
street.
time it-
Then she only saw a female when they were leaving.
Do you know about what time it was that you got home?
I don't recall.
And by home, I mean back to Ryan's.
Back to
house?
Ryan's. No, I don't remember.
Just one moment, John.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hello, Ms. Maxon.
Hello.
Oh, here comes the
first time
cross.
you were ever
Here
interviewed
comes
about
the
this-
cross. Somebody said they're on lunch, so we're going to catch up in a second. Let's just change his banner and let us hear what Alan Jackson has to say about this witness, or to this witness. Heather Maxon, passenger in the car that Ryan Nagel was also a passenger in.
Case by law enforcement was September 1st, 2023. Is that right?
Correct.
So you were not interviewed at or around February 7th when Ryan was interviewed?
No.
February 7th, 2022.
Right.
All right.
No.
So it was a full 19 months after the events in question that you were first contacted by law enforcement.
Shocking.
Correct.
And you gave your statement for the first time at that.
Correct.
The truck that you were in, that was, I can't remember, did you say the name of the truck? Was it a Ford F-150?
Correct.
Okay. That was turning left onto Fairview from Cedar Crest. You recall that?
Correct. Yes.
Do you know the names of the streets, or are you just?
I don't know the names of the streets. No. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the town of Canton.
So okay, that was my next question. If I showed you a map, for instance, that wouldn't really do any good because you don't know the street names.
Yeah, no.
Okay, fair enough. Ricky was driving, Ryan was in the front passenger seat, and you were in the super cab portion of the truck, correct?
Correct.
So you would have been situated directly behind Ryan,
I was in the middle.
in the middle seat.
Correct. So I was
Okay.
in between Ryan and Ricky.
Understood. Did you indicate that at some point you could see pretty clearly into the SUV as it turned, as y'all yielded way and it turned, it would be its right in front of you?
Correct.
And you could clearly see inside the passenger compartment, there was a female driving, is that right?
Correct.
And there was a male sitting next to her.
Yes.
You indicated that by the time you guys negotiated your turn, sped up, made the turn, headed up Fairview, that SUV had already come to a stop.
Correct.
All right. And how far behind that SUV would you estimate Ricky pulled the truck in terms of car lengths? 1 car length, 2 car lengths, right on the bumper?
Yeah, less than 1 car length.
Okay,
I would
that's- Sorry,
I would say a couple feet.
a couple feet, meaning 2 or 3 feet.
Yes.
So that's your recollection as you sit here.
Correct.
Did you notice anything wrong with the back of the SUV?
I did not.
Okay. You saw brake lights on? How many brake lights? Left and right?
Correct. Yep.
Was there one in the top center?
I don't recall.
Okay. You certainly did not see a full-sized Jeep Wrangler outfitted with a snowplow between the SUV and Ricky's truck.
I did not.
That's Higgy's
Sounds like a
car.
ridiculous question. You didn't see any other cars. There were no other cars between the two.
Correct.
Is it fair to say that when you pulled up behind the SUV, other than noting that it was there, your attention was not necessarily focused on that SUV?
Correct.
There's nothing extraordinary or out of the ordinary about that car.
Correct.
You were there to pick up somebody, correct?
Yes. Yep.
Or at least potentially.
Right.
So I'm guessing your focus would probably be to the right where the front doors were of that house.
Sure.
And you knew that Ryan had been communicating with his sister, and so you were sort of expectant in terms of watching Julie Nagel possibly come out of the house.
Correct.
So during those moments, you weren't necessarily paying attention to what was happening directly in front of you outside.
Right.
You indicated that you believe that the chit chat that happened with Julie Nagel up at the truck was about 5 minutes.
Give or take.
Okay. At that point, was one of the doors opened?
I don't believe so. I think we rolled our windows down
Okay. Did
to
you
communicate.
also- I'm so sorry.
We rolled our windows down to communicate with Julie.
Okay, so you don't recall one of the doors being opened and Julie standing in the crook of the door having this conversation with Ryan?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is that possible?
Sure. Possible.
Okay. Your memory is not necessarily focused on that,
Right.
but you do know that there was a communication.
Yes, for sure.
They were talking about whether or not you wanted to go inside the house.
All 3 of us.
Okay, you, Ricky, and Ryan,
And yes.
and y'all were talking about whether or not Julie was going to come with y'all. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was even a discussion about whether or not Julie's mom might pick her up.
I don't recall.
Okay. So the specifics of the conversation you don't necessarily recall, but you do know that y'all talked about 5 minutes.
Give or take, yes.
Okay. During the course of that 5-minute conversation, where was your focus?
On Julie.
Okay. Ultimately, the 3 of you did pull away from the driveway area where you were parked.
Could you rephrase?
Sure. Ultimately, y'all did move, the truck did move past the house and move past the SUV.
Once we left, yes.
As you drove by the SUV, you noticed that the dome light was on.
Could you explain the dome, what that
Dome
means?
light, the interior light.
Yes.
Dome.
Yes.
Yeah. So you could see it lit up the interior of the car.
Correct.
It was a late model SUV, probably a pretty bright light. You could see inside the car.
I could.
You clearly could see, well, you could see a female.
Correct.
By the way, do you recognize the person to my left?
I do, but only because of.
That was a terrible question. Of course you did. Yes. Do you recognize her from that night? Is she the person that was in the driver's seat, or do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. But the person you did see was a Caucasian female with long hair.
Correct.
Okay. As you drove by, the interior light was on well enough that you could see her, you could see the female clearly.
Correct.
And you could also see that there was no male in the truck as well, correct?
I don't know. The other male that I saw in the SUV before they pulled on to Fairview, he could have been in when it was parked, but the only person I saw as we were pulling away was the female driver.
So when you pulled away, you looked to your right at your passenger window, correct?
Correct.
The interior dome light was on.
Yes.
And you've testified to this before, correct?
Correct.
You've been asked these questions in another proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And you testified the only person you saw in the interior of that car at that time when y'all pulled away was the female.
Okay.
Is that right?
Sure, if I remember correctly.
Okay. That's all I have.
Still Ellie?
She did testify at another proceeding. It must have been the federal grand jury. I want to know if the windows were tinted. Remember, she's sitting in the back portion of what I assume is an extended cab on a Ford F-150 where the window's tinted. There's also what they call a suicide door there. So she may have rolled her window down. Ryan's door may have been open. Were the windows tinted? Nobody asked. I still want to know.
So, Ms. Maxon, during the time that you were asked about not sort of focusing on the SUV in front of you, fair to say that you would have seen a 6-foot man walking away from that car going towards the house?
Correct.
Okay. You were in a vantage point where you would have seen that had that occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see that?
I did not.
Okay. Nothing further on.
Okay. All right. So you are all set, Ms. Maxon.
Okay, thank you.
She also said she pulled away while they were still
The
there.
next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Ricky D'Antonio.
Here comes Ricky.
He's bound to mess it up.
Somebody said bound to mess it up. At least that's what the closed caption has picked up.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Excuse me. Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Richard D'Antonio, D''A N T UONO.
And Mr. D'Antonio, where do you live?
In Canton.
And how long have you lived here?
My whole life, 30 years.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I do flooring.
How long have you been doing that?
I'd say 2 years.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th, 2022. Do you recall those days?
Yeah.
And do you recall what days of the week those were?
The weekend?
And do you recall whether or not you worked that day?
I don't.
And at some point in time on that day, did you go out for the evening, leave your house, and go somewhere?
Yes.
And did you drive from your house to wherever you went?
Yes.
And what kind of car do you have at that
A pickup truck.
time? And specifically, what kind of pickup truck?
Ford F-150.
And what color was that?
Dark gray.
And the interior of your pickup truck, as far as front seat, back seat, can you describe for the jury what that looked like?
There's 2 front seats and a bench seat in the back. It has the suicide doors.
And when you left your house in your F-150, where did you initially go?
I went to a place in Canton called CF McCarthy's.
And did you pick up anyone on the way there?
I did not. I met people there.
And CF McCarthy's, that's a place that you've been to before, is that correct?
Correct.
Familiar with it on that night?
Yeah.
Where did you park your truck in relation to CF McCarthy's?
I wouldn't know that for sure.
Is there a Walgreens lot somewhere around there?
Yeah, right across the street. Normally where we would.
So normally when you went there, that's sort of where you would have parked in relation to the lot.
Usually, yeah.
So CF McCarthy's is located on Washington Street, is that right?
Yes.
Sort of in the downtown section?
Yep.
And when you say where we would have parked, so who, if anyone, were you meeting at CF McCarthy's on that?
I was meeting Ryan and Heather.
And just to be clear, you're talking about Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxon?
Correct.
And how did you know Ryan Nagel?
I grew up with Ryan, so I've known him for a long time.
And how would you sort of describe the two of your relationship?
Best friends.
And Heather Maxon, how did you know her?
Through Ryan. They were dating.
And do you know about how long they have been dating coming into sort of that time frame of that evening?
I don't. Not an exact time.
And so you come into CF McCarthy's, and do you recall sort of where within the establishment you went?
Probably sat at the bar, I would assume.
And when you went there that evening, do you recall, did you meet anybody else there, or was it just you, Mr. Nagel, and Ms. Maxon?
I can really only recall us 3. I mean, there might have been people there, but we didn't meet up with them. They might have just been there already.
So no one specifically you had plans to meet with while you were there or anything like that?
No,
You know about what time it was that you got to CF McCarthy's?
not a definite time, but maybe mid-afternoon.
And as far as you went out to a bar, do you recall sort of what either you, Ryan, or Ms. Maxon had to drink that evening?
Usually just a few beers is all we would drink. Nothing else but that.
Objection.
And did you have any drinks that evening?
I had a few, yep.
He said afternoon. They went there in the afternoon.
Specifically that you drank?
A beer.
Any particular kind of beer?
Who cares what kind of
I
beer?
would assume Bud Lights, I guess.
Who cares?
Now,
Are we doing product
do you know about
placement?
how long-
Are we doing product placement during this trial for Bud Light, Mick Ultra, White Claw, and Truly? Is that how you're getting paid for this shit, this circus, Lally? Are you getting paid for product placement? Bud Light, Mick Ultra, Dunkin' Donuts, Truly, White Claw. Are they paying you? Because you might be out of a job after this trial's over. I'm just saying. Maybe you guys have a future in product placement during trials. Jesus.
was that you were at CF McCarthy's?
Not an exact time again, but a couple hours.
And after that couple hours or so, where did you go?
We went to another place in Canton called Hillside.
And just to be clear, when you say we, you mean yourself, Mr. Nagel, and Ms. Maxon?
Yeah, I drove us 3.
So you drove all 3 of you in your F-150 pickup.
Yes.
And about how long a ride is that from CF McCarthy's to the Hillside?
I'd say 10.
Were the windows tinted? Where did you
And,
park?
just to be clear, 10 minutes, is that right?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
What route did
Yeah.
you take?
Is that also within Canton too?
Yep.
Is that somewhere that you had been before, somewhere that you were familiar with?
Was it
Yeah.
snowing? Did you bump into Higgy and Brian Albert?
Similar to CF McCarthy's, when you arrived there, as far as, was there anybody else that you were meeting there, or why did you go to the Hillside?
We met up with our one friend, John.
So adding sort of just another person to the group and going to a different location, is that correct?
Yeah.
Now,
John
as
O'Keefe?
far as over the course of the evening, either at CF McCarthy's or the Hillside, as far as yourself, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Maxon, what, if any, observations did you make as far as level of intoxication? Was anybody overly intoxicated?
Level of intoxication.
And if you know, about how long a time period were you at the Hillside?
I would say a few hours again.
Anything either from CF McCarthy's or the Hillside from that evening that sort of jumps out at you in any particular way?
No.
So relatively regular sort of weekend night out with you and your friends.
Correct.
Afternoon. They were there in the afternoon.
When you
Pay
left the
attention.
hillside, do you know about what time that was?
Again, not a definite time. Maybe around midnight.
Around midnight.
And when you left the hillside, where was it that you were going?
To pick up Ryan's sister Julie.
They left the hillside at
And if you
midnight.
know, how did that sort of come about as far as when did you become aware that that was a destination that you would be going to?
I would say towards the end of the night, I was told that we would be giving her a ride on our way home.
And so you leave the hillside, you get into your pickup, is that right?
Yep.
And Mr. Nagel and Ms. Maxon are with you?
Correct.
And where were they seated within the pickup when you were driving?
Ryan was in my passenger seat and Heather was in the back.
And do you recall sort of how she was positioned in the back as far as on the passenger side, the middle, or the driver's side?
Not specifically. I vaguely remember her maybe laying down.
And when you're going from the hillside to pick up,
Did he say he remembers Heather laying down in the back seat? Hold on a second.
And Heather was in the back.
and do you recall sort of how she was positioned in the back as far as on the passenger side, the middle, or the driver's side?
Not specifically. I vaguely remember her maybe laying down.
Heather was maybe laying down in the back seat when they went to pick up Julianna. Okay? So maybe she was tired. She said it was late. She didn't want to go in. Maybe she was tired and she was laying down. Maybe she didn't see anything. She forgot she was laying down because nobody ever interviewed her. Nobody ever interviewed her until maybe she testified at another proceeding in sometime in 2023. 19 months later, she was interviewed. But Ricky is telling you that she might have been laying down in the back seat. Interesting.
And when you're going from the hillside to pick up Julie Nagel, you knew Julie Nagel at the time, is that right?
Correct.
Did you know the location where you were going to pick her up?
Not the exact location, but the area.
And by area, sort of what was described to you as where to drive?
I believe towards the Kennedy School.
And the Kennedy School is that an elementary school?
Yeah.
You're familiar with that as growing up in the town of Canton?
Yep.
And so if you could describe to the jury sort of the route that you would have taken going from the hillside.
The route that you took.
The Kennedy School or in that general.
Oh, for the love of the
I would
traveling
have
Mary.
taken 138, which is, I believe, Turnpike Street, a right onto Washington Street, and then a right onto Dedham Street, and then a left onto Cedar Crest, and I believe a left onto Fairview.
And those last couple of turns that you took as far as the left, was that something that you knew ahead of time, or was someone within the truck directing you how to go?
I knew up until Cedar Crest.
And then who was directing you from there?
I believe Ryan would be.
Now, when you arrive at taking that turn from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, what, if any, other vehicles did you observe in the area at that time?
While driving?
Yes, while driving as you were about to make the turn.
No vehicles that I could recall.
Oh, okay. Good.
After making that turn onto Fairview, what, if any, vehicles did you observe at that time?
There was a vehicle parked in front of me, in front of the house.
Parked. Okay. All
Now-
right. So that conflicts all the other testimony about how they both pulled up to the intersection at the same time from opposite directions. And in fact, somebody said that Ricky flashed his light to let the other car let Karen make the right turn before he made his left turn. Now he doesn't remember any car until he pulled up in front of the house. That's a very important distinction because Lally's trying to get out of everybody that he flashed his lights to let her turn. So maybe Julianna Nagel's testimony might be a little bit more credible now that Karen's SUV was gone when she went out to talk to her brother. This is important, so I have to rewind it. I'm sorry. I know it's insufferable to listen to lollipop talk, but we're going to do it.
No vehicles
Yes, you observed in the area at that time.
while driving.
Yes, while driving as you were about to make the turn.
No vehicles that I could recall.
After making that turn onto Fairview, what, if any, vehicles did you observe at that time?
There was a vehicle parked in front of me, in front of the house.
Now, As far as making that turn, you were using your directional as you're driving along, taking lefts and rights?
I would assume so, yeah.
And do you assume that you turned on your left directional before pulling from Cedar Crest onto Fairview?
Yeah.
And when you, as far as the house that you were going to, when you make that turn from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, how far into the street was the house that you were going to?
Like 20 seconds, maybe. I don't.
What I'm asking is basically, was it the first house as you come in, or did you drive the whole street in order to get to the house? How close to the Cedar Crest was the house?
I think it's a couple houses on the right.
So there's a couple houses on the right-hand side?
Yeah.
Okay, so the right-hand side from your perspective would be passenger side or the driver's side or what?
The passenger side.
And when you get in the area of the house, you park at some point?
Yes.
And where was it in relation to the house that you parked the truck?
Right in front of the driveway.
Now, you mentioned that there was another vehicle that was parked in front of the house as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that vehicle in relation to where you parked?
I would say maybe 10, 20 yards in front of me.
And so from the 10, 20 yards or so in front of you,
10 to 20 yards. That's between 30 and 60 feet. He replaces flooring. So I'm going to say that he knows his measurements, right? Because when you're installing flooring, replacing flooring, you need to measure. I would say he's the measuring guy. 10 to 20 yards is between 30 and 60 feet.
you could observe that vehicle.
I could.
And from your vantage point where you were seated in your truck behind the vehicle, what, if any, damage or anything did you observe to the vehicle at that time?
None.
And
No
as far
damage.
as you could tell, was the vehicle running or off or something else?
I believe running.
And what about your observations of the vehicle leads you to believe that it was running?
There were either tail lights or brake lights. I'm not sure which ones.
So I'm sorry, if you could just repeat that.
It was either tail lights or brake lights, but I'm not sure which ones they were.
And that was on the back of the vehicle, is that right?
Correct.
And how many sort of brake lights did you observe on the vehicle?
I would assume 2.
The left and right, did you observe anything sort of in the
It's like,
middle?
Lally, you're an idiot. 2 brake lights.
And during the time that you were behind this vehicle, at any point in time, did you observe anybody get out of it?
I did not.
And from where you were situated behind the vehicle at this initial sort of point when you pull up about 20 or so yards behind it, could you see any lights on inside of the vehicle?
I could not.
Now, when you arrive at the house,
Notice how stupid Lally was right there when he didn't use the lesser estimate of 10 yards. He chose 20 yards or so, which is 60 feet, which is 6 car lengths. I think a car length is, usually a car length is 10 feet. Yeah. So he's choosing the larger of the two, 20 yards, which would be 60 feet, which would be 6 car lengths. Okay. That was a stupid thing for Lally to do, but it doesn't surprise me at this
house and
point.
park sort of in the area of the driveway, at some point, could you see any lights on inside of the vehicle?
I could not.
Now, when you arrive at the house and park sort of in the area of the driveway, at some point, does Ryan reach out to his sister Julie?
I believe so.
And at some point, does Julie come out of the house?
Yes.
And if you know about how long a period of time we're talking about from the time that you pull up and park and the time that Julie comes out of the house?
Very quickly.
And
Very quickly, they pull up. Julie comes out very quickly. This is a great point, Debbie Kelly says, because Lally needs it to be 62 feet. Lally needs her to be backing up 62 feet. That's such a great point. Somebody here says a car length is closer to 15, 16 feet. Okay. But in any event, 20 yards is 60 feet, right? So that's why, maybe? Interesting.
when she comes out of the house, where is it that she comes to?
To my passenger window.
Now, as far as at this time that you had left the hillside and you're driving over to your sister's friend's house, what do you recall about sort of the weather and what was it doing at that?
Sort of the
I
weather.
believe it just started to snow.
And as far as the snow was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as far as accumulation was concerned?
Can we move it along, Mr. Lally?
I believe it was starting to stick.
Now, as far as that vehicle that was in front of you, what, if anything, did you observe within the snow on the streets that was starting to stick in behind that vehicle?
I didn't observe it.
Did you see any tire marks or anything like that leading up to the back of the vehicle?
Not that I can remember.
Not that you can. Now, when Julie came out of the house, she walked on foot from the house to the truck, correct?
Correct.
And as far as from her path, either to the truck or back from the truck to the house, did you observe any sort of footprints or anything like that she left in the snow while she was walking?
No.
Now, when she comes to the truck, do you recall how it was? There's some conversation, correct?
Correct.
And prior to her coming up to the truck, was there music on, radio on, anything like that?
Maybe while driving there, but I don't believe while we talked.
So that would have been something somebody would have turned down in order to have a conversation with Julie when she comes up to the truck.
Correct.
And when she comes up to the side of the truck, do you remember how it was that you conversed, or anyone in the vehicle conversed with her? Was it through the door, through the window?
Through the open passenger window.
Do you recall whether or not the passenger side door of the truck was opened at any time by Ryan or anybody else?
Nope.
You don't recall, or it wasn't?
I don't believe it was.
Now, in your truck, when you open the passenger side door, what, if anything, occurs with regard to the lighting within inside the truck?
I believe the interior light would pop on.
And where would that interior light be within relation to sort of the interior? Is that in driver's side, passenger side, center, or something?
I think center roof.
Now, the conversation with Julie about how long did that take place, or how long did that go on?
I would say maybe 2 minutes.
And if you recall, just in general terms, what was sort of the discussion about?
That she no longer was going to take the ride and asked if we wanted to come in.
And did yourself or anybody else from your group express any interest in going in this house?
No.
And as far as you were aware, were there other arrangements that Ms. Nagel and Julie had made for getting home that night?
I wasn't aware of her arrangement of getting home now.
So she leaves and she goes back to the house, is that right?
Correct.
When in relation to when you left, had she already gone back inside the house? Did you see her go in the house?
I did not watch her go back inside.
And when you are leaving from this house on Fairview, again, your passenger side is what's most directly facing the house, is that right?
Correct.
The vehicle that was in front of you, that's facing the same direction, is that correct?
Correct.
So the passenger side of that vehicle would also be facing towards the house, correct?
Correct.
And when you pulled away from the curb, do you recall whether or not you had to sort of back up in order to pull around it, or not?
I did not have to back up.
Now, while you were, so you just sort of pull away from the curb, is that correct?
Correct.
So when you're behind this vehicle, did the vehicle stay sort of stagnant in the same place, or did it move, or what, if anything, did you observe as far as that vehicle in front?
It might be guessing at the time, but I would believe it stayed where it was.
No, we don't want you to guess, sir. We want you to tell us what you actually know.
So when you're behind this vehicle, did the vehicle stay sort of stagnant in the same place, or did it move, or what, if anything, did you observe as far as that vehicle in front?
It might be guessing at the time, but I would believe it stayed where it was.
So do you recall anything? So you don't recall anything specific about that vehicle movement?
I do not.
No
As
guessing.
far as the vehicle itself, did you observe anything about sort of the occupants of the vehicle or anything like that?
I did not.
Now, as you're pulling away from the vehicle, where was your attention sort of focused as you were pulling away?
I believe my side view mirror and then on the road.
You're looking in your side view mirror to see if there's any other vehicles coming up on your left, correct?
Correct.
And then you're looking at through the windshield because you're driving a car, correct?
Correct.
And at any point in time that you were Outside of that residence, at any point, did you observe anybody get up out of that vehicle or exit that vehicle or go toward the house from that vehicle or come from the house toward that vehicle?
I don't believe so.
Just one moment, John.
Okay.
Actually, before, let me just ask you a couple questions. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish just a couple of photographs for this witness.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 71.
Let's look at some more
I'm gonna
pictures.
ask you a couple questions about, so with respect to the photo,
Fairview.
is at the house of Julie. This particular photograph, and if you could, using now also within this photograph, you see a general area where you observed that SUV in front of you while you were out front.
Be half of the vehicle. I would say, if I had to guess, I would say maybe half of the vehicle.
Don't guess.
So it's probably a little bit further towards the left of this photograph, correct?
Correct.
So if I could have exhibit number 72, a little bit in front of you while you were out front.
The car that was in front of him.
I would say, if I had to guess, I would say maybe half of the vehicle.
So it's probably a little bit further towards the left of this photograph, correct?
Correct.
So if I could have exhibit number 72. Again, do you recognize what's up on screen?
I do.
And this is the same house that we were talking about in the last exhibit.
Correct.
So from this photograph, you see the area where you observed the SUV in relation to your truck that evening as you were parked out front.
I believe so, yeah.
And again, if you could, sir, using the laser pointer you have before you direct the jury's attention to where about that.
Like right around that, I'd say.
Indie girl.
You can take that down. Thank you very much.
Says, I know this house better than my own.
Just one moment, John.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Oh, we're having cross too?
So you were driving the vehicle that arrived at 34 Fairview to pick up Ryan Nagel's sister, Julie, correct?
Correct.
And you had met Julie prior to that date, obviously, correct?
Correct.
You had been over the Nagel home several times since the two of you had met years and years ago, correct?
Correct.
With your best friend's sister, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got there,
Not the exact time.
approximately?
I would say around midnight.
And you now know, as you testify here today, that you were outside the residence in back of a black SUV that was driven by Karen Reed, correct?
I do not know that based off of my knowledge.
Not your personal knowledge, but you now know it's pretty much common knowledge, correct?
I guess so.
And in fact, that black SUV was parked directly in front of yours, in front of the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And while you were there, you never observed that black SUV strike anyone, correct?
Correct.
You never heard any arguing outside of the residence of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And possessing that information as you did on January 29th, were you interviewed by any state police investigator regarding this case on January 29th?
On that day?
Right.
No.
What about the next day or the rest of January or any day in February of 2022? Did the state police come to interview you about the information that you had as the driver of that vehicle?
No.
In fact, isn't it true that no investigator from the state police or the district attorney's office interviewed you anytime during the entire year of 2022?
Correct.
And that the first time you spoke to any official, it was not from the district attorney's office and not from the defense in this case, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
The
You
feds.
can word this differently, Mr. Nagel.
Okay. The first time you gave a statement to anyone, it was not Mr. Lally or the state police, and it was not the defense in this case, correct?
Correct.
And that was on May 16th of 2023?
Which time would that be?
First time you gave a statement, sir. May 16th of 2023, does that sound correct?
Around that time it would be.
Okay, and you know today is May 15th of 2024, right?
Yeah.
So just about a year ago was the first time that you gave any statement about your memory of what occurred on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that your memory of what occurred on January 29th was the freshest when you got up that day, later that morning, correct?
The next morning after the 29th?
Yes.
Correct.
Right. And you'd agree with me that your memory would have remained fresh for a period of time, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that over time, your memory becomes less fresh, right?
I would agree.
And it's not just you, it's everybody, correct?
Correct.
Objection.
Let's move on from this.
Sure. And you were first asked about your memory about what was clearly over a year after January 29th, I suppose, February, March, April, maybe about 16 months after the events that you were asked to describe, right?
Correct.
And then it was only after you talked to someone else, again, not the prosecution or the defense. that
Objection,
you-
Your Honor.
Christina, why don't I see it sidebar? Just so we don't.
Why don't we let him finish his question before we rule on it, Your Honor? How about that? How about let him get his question out? How about get the camera off of Karen? Somebody asked who this man is behind. This is their AV guy, AV squad guy. That is Mr. O'Keefe, John O'Keefe's dad, Mrs. O'Keefe, John O'Keefe's mom.
So I was just going to ask you, the first time that you were approached by the state police regarding this case was September 2nd of 2023, correct?
Around that time. Correct. Yeah.
Right. And that would have been 5 months after the first time you were approached, and it would have been about 21 months after January.
Oh, like, let that sink in. So the first time he ever spoke to anybody was when he was obviously talking to the federal grand jury or the feds in May of 2023. And it wasn't until September of 2023, 4 months later, that the Massachusetts State Police bothered to get a statement from this witness who was at the location of 34 Fairview on the night that Officer O'Keefe was murdered. Look at poor Jim, the clerk, got his head in his hands, as he often does. I think that's his hand. He's over it. He's like, what are we doing here?
29th of 2022?
Correct.
All right. Now, you drove your own Ford F-150 to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And the plan was to, again, to pick up Ryan's sister, Julie, correct?
Correct.
And the entire time you were in the car, from when you left to go to 34 Fairview until you're now leaving 34 Fairview to go home, that driving arrangement was the same. In other words, you in the driver's seat, Ryan in the front passenger seat, and Heather in the back, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether Heather was behind the passenger, Ryan, when she was sitting in the back?
I do not recall.
So you don't recall where she was in that back cab?
No.
You do recall that when, well, strike that. As you're approaching the residence, you don't have a memory of coming face to face with a black SUV or any other vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You're not saying it didn't happen, you just don't recall that, correct?
Correct.
And in any case, your memory, your best memory is that when you got there, the black SUV, and by the way, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Do you recall it as a black SUV or?
I do.
Okay. When you got there, your best memory is that the black SUV was already parked outside the residence, correct?
Correct.
And it was facing in the same direction that you were facing as you approached the residence.
Yes.
Which means, and you're from Canton, correct?
Correct.
You came from the Cedar Crest side and you were facing toward the Chapman Street side, correct?
Correct.
Same with the black SUV.
Correct.
And it appeared to be parked properly next to the property, correct?
Mine?
No, the black SUV.
Yeah.
It wasn't parked at some crazy angle, correct?
Correct.
It didn't appear to have struck anything on the side of the road when it was parked, right?
Correct.
There was nothing unusual about the way it was parked.
No.
And when it was parked out there and you approached the residence, is it fair to say that there was far less snow on the ground than what we saw in Exhibits 71 and 72 that were shown to you by Mr. Lally on direct examination?
Correct.
Those photographs appear to have been taken after the snowstorm, correct? At some point?
I would assume. Yeah.
Because there's a decent amount of snow on the ground there, correct?
Correct.
But as you're pulling up to the house, it had only started snowing around that time?
I would say there was a dusting on the lawn. Yeah.
So it was starting to accumulate, but there weren't inches and inches of snow, correct?
Correct.
And your best memory is that the SUV was about 20 yards in front of you?
Give or take. Yeah.
In terms of, just to get your estimation of what 20 yards is, would it have been farther than where you are now to where the court officer is standing behind the jury box? Or is that a good approximation?
To the best of my knowledge, I would say maybe a little farther.
A little further.
Maybe.
And there was nothing obstructing your view as you sat in the driver's seat of your Ford F-150 of the back of that black SUV, correct?
Correct.
You did not see, for instance, a Jeep with a snowplow on the front parked in between you.
I did not.
And in fact, you didn't see a Jeep with a snowplow parked anywhere on the property that you recall, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
And you didn't see any other vehicles parked along the property line other than yourself and the black SUV, correct?
Correct.
When you first pulled up, do you recall if, and I know these questions are somewhat unfair because we're talking about 2.5 years later, but when you first pulled up, do you recall whether the red taillights of the black SUV were lit up?
I would say to signal that the car was on, yes. I don't know if they were brake light or just normal tail light.
Gotcha, okay. And so you're surmising that some lights had to be on because your memory is that car was on.
Correct.
And with regard to the lighting in that area, did you have your headlights on when you were out there?
I believe so. I don't think I would have shut them off.
Right, 'cause you would have been driving with your headlights on as you were going down Cedar Crest and taking a left onto Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And your car was still running when you pulled up to the house and parked, correct?
Correct.
And you would have left it running because your intention was, or your expectation was, that Julie Nagel was going to get in your car, correct?
Correct.
That was the whole reason you were there.
Correct.
And your expectation was that there didn't need to be a tremendously long discussion when Julie came out of the house, right? You expected her to just jump in the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
So that's why you say that there would have been no reason to turn your your headlights off, correct?
Correct.
All right. So your headlights being on, they would have been focused really right on the rear of that black SUV that was in front of you, correct?
I would assume so, yeah.
Because there was nothing to block your view of the black SUV, right?
Correct.
And you did not notice any broken taillight to that SUV, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, but I did analyze it.
Sure. It didn't stand out to you to say or to make a mental note, hey, that taillight's broken, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see any damage at all to the vehicle that you noticed, correct?
To the best of my knowledge.
And with regard to when Julie came out of the house, when you pulled up and parked, sort of perpendicular to the driveway, and that's an accurate way to portray it?
Correct.
You believe that it took Julie how long to come out of the house?
I would guess under a minute.
Under a minute. And then after that under a minute span of time, she then had to walk from the front door of the house, one of the front doors of the house, to your vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And by the way, did you notice that there were two front doors to the house at that time?
At the time, no.
Do you recall if she came out the door that was more in the middle of the house or more over toward the driveway? Do you have a memory of that?
I don't. I would be guessing if I did.
And because the snow had started to stick a little bit, she wasn't running to the vehicle, correct?
I would assume not.
All right, so it took her some time to get out of the house and get to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a conversation about whether she was going to come with you or not, correct?
Correct.
That occurred through one of the passenger windows being open.
Correct.
And who was involved in that conversation?
I can't remember exactly, but I would assume maybe me and Ryan.
And there was a back and forth about whether she was going to come or you were going to stay and go inside, correct?
A back and forth. It was more just, did you guys want to come in? No, not really back and forth.
Okay,
Did you guys want to come in?
For
No.
her to decide, well, I'm just going to go back inside the house.
If that, a minute or two.
And from the moment that you parked the vehicle outside that residence, your initial attention, it's fair to say, would have been on the front of the residence to see when Julie was going to come out, correct?
I don't believe I was looking.
Okay. Where were you looking when you were waiting for her? Did you have a phone?
I don't remember exactly, but I had my phone. I could have looked at it.
Okay, you could have been like, as many people do, when you're waiting for somebody, you just take out your phone and start scrolling on something.
Objection.
Do you know?
Here come the feds.
I can't recall, but I wouldn't rule it out.
You had mentioned.
Bad boys, bad boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Do you think people in that courtroom are getting nervous every time
You
they hear
mentioned earlier
sirens?
that when I asked you about the damage to the rear of the vehicle, that your attention wasn't just focused on studying that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that from the moment that you pulled up to Julie coming out of the house, to Julie walking to the car, to the conversation between you and Ryan and Julie, you were not monitoring what was going on inside or outside that black SUV, correct?
Correct.
And during that span of time, again, while you showed up there waiting for Julie, she comes out eventually, she walks to the car, you talk to her. You were not paying attention to who, if anybody, was inside the black SUV at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you were not paying attention to whether anybody got out of the vehicle during that time, correct?
Correct.
And then ultimately, you were going home. The night was over, correct?
Correct.
And in order to go home, your plan was to keep going up Fairview Road toward Chapman Street, correct?
Correct.
And in order to do that, that would have meant that you passed the black SUV that had been in front of you.
Okay, we're going to pause to point out Larry Foreman is sitting right there behind Yannetti in the first row. That is Larry, the DUI guy plus on YouTube. And he's there in the courtroom. So go to his stream later this evening, and I'm sure he'll recap what he watched in court. And we can look at some of his tweets when we finally break.
Correct?
Correct.
And at that time, as you're passing the black SUV, do you recall whether or not there was an interior light on within the cab of that SUV?
I do not.
Were you curious at all who was inside that SUV, given that it pulled up to the same house that you pulled up to?
Not at all.
You were concentrated more on the road.
Correct.
And as far as you were concerned, your night was over, time to go home, correct?
Correct.
All right. But it's fair to say that at no point in time, from the first time you saw that SUV until you're leaving it, did you see anybody in the front passenger seat of the SUV, correct?
I didn't look inside the SUV.
Right. So you didn't see anybody in the front passenger seat.
No, I didn't look.
You also didn't notice at any point anybody standing outside that SUV?
Not to my knowledge.
And you never saw anybody sitting in the snow or in the street or on the lawn outside the SUV?
Not to my knowledge,
And you
no.
never saw anybody lying outside that SUV. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Nobody was sitting, standing, or
anyone go
lying.
in or out.
No,
Sir,
I can't
so from the time that you were in front of the house until you left, you never saw anyone go in or out of that house or in and out of that vehicle, the black SUV in front of you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And while you were not monitoring the activity around the SUV, you never saw anyone around the SUV, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say that if a 6-foot man had walked from the SUV to the house, is that something that you think you would have seen? Nothing further on.
Oh, she sustained one for the defense.
Thank you.
Finally. Finally. The defense gets one.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Ms. Allison McCabe.
Oh, Allison McCabe, daughter of Jen McCabe. What time are they going to lunch? I need a break. We've been here sitting here for 4 hours straight without getting up and stretching. Sheesh.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
It's on 1 1/4 speed, so.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
ALLIE McCABE, MCCABE.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Basically my whole life except first few months I lived in Stoughton.
And you work, you go to school?
I'm a student.
In college, is that correct?
Yes.
And what year are you in college?
I just finished my sophomore year.
And when living in Canton, who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My 2 parents and my 3 sisters.
So you're one of 4 girls, is that correct?
Correct.
And are you the oldest?
Yes.
And your parents, what are their names?
Matt and Jen.
If I could turn your attention to January 28th and through January 29th, 2022. Do you recall those days?
Yes.
And do you recall what days of the week those were?
Friday and Saturday, I believe.
And so on that Friday evening, starting with there, well, let me ask you this first. At that time, you were a high school student, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did you go to high school?
Canton High School.
All 4 years?
Yes.
And did you play any sports when you were at Canton High School?
Yes.
What sports did you play?
Soccer, hockey, and lacrosse.
And so January, that would have been which sports season?
Hockey season.
Now, with respect to the hockey, as far as that evening of the 28th, how did your evening start out, or what, if anything, were you doing first that evening?
It started with a team dinner at my house. the hockey team came over. We had dinner. Then I went to my sister's basketball game at the Canton High School. Then I was hanging out with two of my friends. We were driving around. Then the night ended with me driving Colin Albert home.
Oh, she drove Colin Albert home.
Before we go all
Oh, she drove Colin Albert home. We're gonna slow this down to normal speed. They had a team dinner at her house. She plays hockey. Good on her. We love ice hockey here on this channel. We're rooting for the Rangers and we're rooting for the Bruins too. Team dinner at the house. Sister's basketball game, and then she drove Colin home. Hold on.
to the hockey, as far as that evening of the 28th, how did your evening start out, or what, if anything, were you doing first that evening?
It started with a team dinner at my house. The hockey team came over. We had dinner. Then I went to my sister's basketball game at the Canton High School. Then I was hanging out with two of my friends. We were driving around. Then the night ended with me driving Colin Albert home.
And so let me start sort of back at the beginning before we go all the way through. So as far as the team dinner, is that something that was like a weekly thing?
Yeah, it was usually like the night before a game.
And sort of rotated between different players' houses?
Correct.
And so where was it on that particular?
That night it was at my house.
And about what time did the team dinner get done, or what time did that wind down and you went to the basketball?
I'm not exactly sure. The basketball games typically start around 6:30, so I assume around then.
And who, if anyone, from your family was involved in the basketball?
My younger sister.
And was she JV, varsity? What was she playing on at that time?
Varsity.
Who cares?
And who, if anyone else from your family, was at the basketball?
My parents. I'm not sure about my sisters.
And did you go with your parents or separately, or how did you get?
I believe I drove and I arrived later than my parents.
And as far as at that time, did you have your own car?
Yes.
And what kind of car did you have?
A little Ford Fusion, blue.
And when you arrived there, you're a high school senior, correct?
Correct.
You sit with your parents during the game?
No.
There's sort of like a student section, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you sat there with your friends?
Yes.
And when the game gets over, where was it that you went?
I believe I was just driving around with two of my friends. And then as we were driving, we came across a dog on the side of the street. We knew a snowstorm was coming. So we picked the dog up and then brought it to the police station and then drove the dog back to where its owner's house.
And so just as far as the friends that you were driving around with, what are their names?
Avery Panadosi and Danielle Seaman.
Can you do us a favor and spell those last names for our court
yes.
report?
Okay. So she was driving around after the basketball game with a couple of her friends, and they found a stray dog on the side of the road, and they went to the police station, and then they drove the dog home to where the dog lives. Just we're supposed to humanize her and make her seem humanitarian for all of this. Was it Chloe? Was it Chloe? Because you would know Chloe, right? Because it's your cousin's dog. Because Brian Albert Jr. and those Alberts, they're your cousins, right? Because your mom, Jen McCabe, is sisters with Nicole McCabe, right? Nicole Albert, I mean. Your mother, Jen McCabe, is the sister of Nicole Albert, who lives at 34 Fairview. So they're your cousins. Okay.
Order, please.
Piantedosi.
And the second name.
S. Danielle Seaman, Seaman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And those were friends of yours from school, from Canton High School as well?
Yes.
And had they been with you at the game previously?
Yes, I believe so.
So you, when you say drove around, whereabouts were you driving?
Through Canton, pretty aimlessly, just driving.
And at some point you come upon a dog, is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that?
On Elm Street.
And this was a dog obviously unfamiliar to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
So what did you do with the dog?
The dog ran over to the car when we stopped and picked the dog up, and we didn't really know what to do with it. So we brought it to the police station.
Do you recall at all what kind of dog it was?
No, white.
Dog, small
It
dog?
was small. It was white and brown. Not sure what type.
And so while you're at the police station, what, if anything, did you learn about that dog that you brought to the police station?
I went in the police station. The dog stayed in the car with one of my friends. And as I was walking in and telling the officer that I found a dog, he got a call from the owner, and she asked if she was like, "Oh, can you return my dog, please?"
And so you brought the dog back to the owner?
Yes.
You know about what time all of that was going on?
I'm not sure.
Now,
So the woman whose dog got out, the woman who lost her dog, happens to call the police station when Allie McCabe walked into the police station. I guess this is Canton PD. Little white dog on Elm Street. Team Brittany says Nightmare on Elm Street has entered the chat. While she goes inside, leaves the dog in the car. Could be rabid, could be vicious, who knows. The woman who owns the dog happens to call the police station and says, "Can you bring my dog home?" Okay, you want dog delivery now? But okay, I guess they're going to do it. Was Higgins at the police station? Yeah, that's a great point. Can you bring my dog back? So he's like, so she stole the dog? We're so confused. She took the dog from its home? What? Did she kidnap the dog? What is going on here?
you mentioned that you had picked up a person by the name of Colin Albert. Is that right?
Correct.
When?
And who was Colin Albert?
When did she mention that she picked up Colin Albert? I thought she said she drove him home. Tell me, when did she pick up Colin Albert? Did I miss something?
To you or Colin? Now, you mentioned that you had picked up a person by the name of Colin Albert. Is that right?
Correct.
And who was Colin Albert to you, or can you describe to the jury sort of your relationship with Colin?
Is he an acquaintance? Do you go in hot tubs with him? Is he a cousin? Is he a friend? Did you go to high school with a guy named Colin Albert?
I've known Colin since I've been born. Our families are very close. We went to high school together growing up, in the same friend group. So yeah, we're very close.
So he was in the same grade as you, is that right?
Correct.
He was a senior at this time as well?
Yes.
And you have friends, mutual friends together?
Yes.
Now, the two of you are not actually sort of blood related, is that correct?
Correct.
Not actually blood related.
You have sort of relatives in common, is that correct?
Yes.
And to that point, as far as when he reached out to you, let me ask you this. How is it that you came to come by and sort of pick him up on that evening?
He texted me and was asking for a ride, and then I responded, drove, and got him.
Let's take a
Texted
text
him when I
messages.
arrived.
Now, as far as that sort of, I don't know what exactly to call it, but as far as you picking him up at certain places, like on weekend nights, was that
Hi, Duty
out
Ron.
of the realm?
Has nothing to do with the state proving their case. They haven't proven anything so far, except everyone is related. Everyone drives in a blizzard and drinks in a blizzard. And this poor girl is now going to have to talk about her not cousin, but very close friend, Colin Albert, and his whereabouts on the evening, which are in question because many people surmise that he perhaps is the third party culprit who actually had something to do with the murder or accidental death of Officer John O'Keefe. So see what Allie has to say, because we're here for it.
Of normalcy, or was that something that happened on occasion?
No, that's common. He knew I was driving that night, so it's pretty common. Our friends, we always just drive each other around and stuff.
And without getting too much into it, as far as high school was concerned, particularly when someone was drinking, would they call and ask for a ride?
Correct, yes.
Rather than driving their own car?
Yes.
And
Okay, all these kids in high school are 17 and they're drinking, and it's totally cool with all the parents, but they don't drive. That's another thing we're getting out of this trial. All the underage kids are allowed to drink. The parents are cool with it. They go out drinking with their kids. Good parenting? I don't know. I'm not here to judge, but they're very open about it, like no big whoop. He's 17 years old. We know that. We've heard conflicting testimony, but he's 17. The drinking age in Massachusetts is 21. For those of you outside the country, your drinking age might be 18 or under, even maybe. But here in Massachusetts, it is 21, correct? And Colin Albert is 17. She's saying, well, we all drink and so we drive each other around all the time and stuff because everyone's drinking all the time and stuff, even in a blizzard.
As far as you knew, was Colin drinking at least at some point during that?
Yes.
Is that why he needed to ride?
Yes.
Oh, he was drinking.
And with respect
The hothead.
To
Maybe.
your parents,
People say.
Did you, around this time that you're driving around and you're going to pick up Colin, did you have any idea where your parents were or what they were doing?
I knew they were going out after the basketball game, but no, I didn't know. I have their Life 360. They have mine, so.
Oh, Life 360.
didn't-
Let's
I
know where
wasn't
Jen
sure,
was
though.
at all times.
And as far as the Life 360 goes, is that something that you sort of keep track of them, or they keep track
Sort of keep track
It's
of
more
them.
them keeping track of me.
Now, you know,
She's picking up stray dogs and Colin. Okay. And now we know they have a Life 360 app. Does the defense know that? Does the defense have the Life 360 information for all of these players on the night of January 28th into January 29th of 2022? Can we get locations on all the people? Who's included on her Life 360 app? Her mom and dad and all of her brothers and sisters and some cousins maybe too, and aunts and uncles? Auntie JJ? I have questions. I bet the feds have it. Life 360 has entered the chat thanks to ALLIE McCABE.
approximately what time it was that you first get sort of a Colin reaches out via text to pick him up?
I believe it was around midnight. Not exactly what sure exact, but around midnight.
And did you know where he was when he asked you to pick him up?
Yes, the Albert's house, 34 Fairview.
And is that a house that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship do you have to the people that live at the Albert's house?
My aunt and uncle and my cousins.
So Brian Albert is your uncle, correct?
Correct.
Paul Albert is your aunt.
Correct.
How is she your aunt? The father's side, the mother's side?
My mother's sister.
And Colin Albert, obviously last name Albert, he's related to people at Fairview as well.
Correct.
That's sort of on the other side of the family.
Correct.
And do you know what, as far as your conversation with Colin, do you know why he was over that house that night?
It was little Brian's birthday.
Little Brian.
And so he had gone over for that purpose and you went by to pick him up.
Yes.
And do you recall where you were or sort of who you were with when you first get that text or communication from Colin to pick him up?
Yes, I was at another friend's house. After I drove Avery and Danielle home, I went somewhere else.
So you drove with the two friends that you were with earlier home and then you went somewhere else?
Yes, I believe,
And
yes.
Is at that point that you get a text from Colin?
Yes.
Now, do you recall whether or not the information that you had as to where Colin was that night, is that something that came via text as well, or was that a phone call or some other type of communication?
I knew he was there. Could have been a phone call. I'm not sure.
So were there a variety of different ways that you would have communicated with Colin around that time?
Yes, there's other apps as well. Yes.
Other apps as well. Snapchat is going to come in because I think they made some Snapchats while they were at 34 Fairview, Colin, and at least maybe some of the other people that were there. Little Brian isn't so little, says Bruins fan. So she doesn't know if it was a call or a text or how he contacted her sometime around midnight to come and get him at 34 Fairview, because that's what they did when people were drinking. They would drive each other around all the time. Not uncommon.
Call. I'm not sure.
Is that something that came via text as well, or was that a phone call or some other type of communication?
I knew he was there. Could have been a phone call. I'm not sure.
So were there a variety of different ways that you would have communicated with Colin around that time?
Yes, there's other apps as well. Yes.
I'm sorry, you said through apps as well?
Yes.
And what kind of apps are they?
For example, like Snapchat.
So you had each other's sort of Snapchat information, phone number information, call, text, snap, driven, any of those things?
Yes.
Now, when you get that communication from him to come pick him up, about how long a period of time was it from the time that you get the text from Colin to the time that you arrive in the area?
I'm not sure.
And, you're familiar with that home at 34 Fairview, right?
Correct.
Place you've been to countless times before. Is you're related to the people that own it?
Correct.
And do you recall from where you were coming from, as far as how did you come to Fairview? Would that have been on the Chapman side or the Cedar Crest side, or how did you come?
I don't remember.
And when you get to the home, you obviously park at some point, correct?
Correct.
And where in relation to the house did you park?
I believe in the driveway on the left side. Not entirely sure. I just believe that.
And when you arrive, what, if any, communication did you send to Colin?
I texted him saying here.
And after you texted that to Colin, he comes out of the house, is that correct?
Correct.
And when he comes out of the house, about how long a period of time was it from the time that you texted him here to the time that he comes out to the car?
I'm not sure. A few minutes.
And in the area around the time that you arrive on Fairview Road, what, if anything, do you recall in regard to weather, or what was it doing then?
I believe it was starting to snow. Nothing crazy.
As far as accumulation, what, if anything, did you observe at that time?
Lights on in the house. That's it.
Here's why I don't believe her. You want to know why I don't believe her? Because Nicole Albert, Coco, female homeowner, her aunt, claims that when she walked in the house, she ran into Colin in the foyer. And Colin told her, somebody's coming to pick me up. My ride's coming. And then she never saw him leave. If cousin Allie was coming over, don't you think he would have said Allie's coming over? Don't you think they would have said Allie should come in and do a little cake for little Brian's birthday? Everyone who testified that Colin had a ride, or Colin said he was a ride, he had a ride, or there was a ride coming for Colin, nobody ever said it's cousin Allie. Everyone in that house knows Allie. Wouldn't Allie come in and say happy birthday? I'm not buying this. What say you? Come on now. Really? Wouldn't Colin have said, Allie's coming by? And Coco would have said, come on, I tell Allie to come in, have a piece of cake. What do you think? These poor kids being dragged into this on worldwide television. You know they have her text messages. The feds have everything.
As far as the snow was concerned, was it starting to sort of stick to the ground?
I don't remember.
She knew the lights were on.
So you text Colin shortly thereafter he comes out, is that right?
Correct.
You recall, you're familiar, obviously, as I've asked you a couple times now, with the house. There are two doors in the front of the house, is that right?
Yes.
And do you know which of the two doors Colin came out of?
No, I'm not sure.
And when he came down, he came over to the car, correct?
Yes.
And you're in the driveway?
Yes.
He gets into what part of the car? Front passenger seat?
Yes, I believe.
And from the time that you, so when you leave from there, where is it that you went?
His house and then my house.
You dropped him off at his house and then you went home?
Correct.
Okay,
Now-
Ms. Delally, we're actually going to break here. We have to break a little bit early, but we'll be back at 2. Okay, so I'm going to
Damn.
ask you to sit in your seat and let the jurors go on first and then.
Wow.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the chat. Wow. I can't wait to see this cross. This is going to be the spiciest part of the day because you know that the defense has everything, all her text messages, everything, all of it. Charlie Lynn, thanks for your super chat. Says Karen Reed needs to sue and take the money and work for the Innocence Project as a spokesperson. Thanks for the 20. On top, thanks for the super sticker. Susan Agnello, thank you for the 10. Feeling hopeful. Even the judge seemed to be on our side. Yeah, she says. Mo S, thank you for the super sticker. Lori, thanks for gifting 5 memberships. That's so generous of you. True Crime with Stephanie Michelle, thanks for the 10. What is the miles per gallon on said pickup truck? Is it gas or diesel? Yeah, the questions are getting a little ridiculous. Renee, thank you for the 10. Says Melanie, I clipped that remark about he'll screw it up. It was Lally. He wanted him to conflict those first 2. Yet they are all his witnesses. Does he have a strategy? Girl, if he's got a strategy, I have no idea what it is. His strategy thus far, in my mind, has been to defend all of the Alberts and McCabes, that they didn't do it. Therefore, Karen must have. I don't know what his strategy is. I thought maybe he was saying he'll screw it up, like pronouncing Ricky D'Antano's name. So I'm not really sure. Duderon, thanks for coming in with the 20. Says, Melanie, love your coverage. Here I talked about the leaf blower on my stream last evening. That's awesome. Kenton PD and Boston Police Department should be ashamed. Yes. Thank you for pointing that out, because we think so too. We've been screaming into a closet for so long about this case. And if you're not subscribed to Duderon, go subscribe to Duderon. NDF, thanks for the 10. If one of the witnesses responds to a defense question by stating the federal grand jury, would that open it up for the defense to be able to not have to skirt around how they refer to it? I don't think so. I think the judge is going to allow that in without striking it necessarily, but it's not going to open the door to them to be able to talk about everything about it. But if a witness organically brings it up, it's staying in, as we know, and as we have seen quite a bit so far. Leslie, thank you so much for your Venmo and for thanking me for my coverage and comments. It's crazy, you guys. This is crazy. I think what we should do, let's see, McCabe's friend has the same last name as Dwight Siemens, owner of By the Yard Landscaping. I think she said her name was Seaman, S-E-A-M-O-N. So is Dwight by the Yard Plow Company, plural, Siemens or Simon? Yeah, she interrupted Lally's flow for once. That was crazy. Canton residents voted to have an independent audit of the police department. They got tons of money. Well, thank you. I'm trying to read what it says. Long Island Laikila Gushka says, appropriate theme songs for the day, Road to Nowhere and also Joyride. I've used Road to Nowhere before on one of my thumbnails at least. Thanks for the commentary, Melanie. You rock. Road to Nowhere and also Joyride. Yeah, that is very good. Spoken TC, thanks for the 5. If under 18 years old, are they allowed to have passengers in the car? So ALLIE McCABE shouldn't be driving Colin, yes or no? I don't know the answer in Massachusetts. I know that every state is different with regard to licenses and teen licenses and permits. And who's allowed to be in the car with you when you're studying for your driver's test. Susan says, this trial is a circus. Yeah, it really kind of is. Not even just kind of. Sarah says, I think family members are allowed in the car in Massachusetts. That could be. It could be that family members are allowed in the car. Thank you, DZ, for your super sticker. So very, 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 very much. And that says, okay, then we just did that one. We got to DZ's super sticker. Only siblings unless under. Has Larry been tweeting? Yes, actually, I think we have somebody, you guys sent me some tweets from Larry, DUI guy, who's actually in the courtroom. And let's take a look and see what thank you, Michelle, for sending these to me. He said, the jury is about excited about this case collectively as one might enjoy watching the grass grow. While Lally is asking questions, most barely make any eye contact with him. They focus on the witness. However, when Alan is up there or David, they are far more attentive. Then he said, the jurors have very thick notebooks. Some even started notebook number two when taking notes. They take a lot of notes. Then he says, it appears that one of the jurors has some forensic experience. They were very attentive and nodding during the cross-examination of Miss Kuhn. KUN, who was the Canine DNA expert, who in my mind sort of kind of tanked the defense case. And now we know why Yannetti or Jackson got up at that pretrial hearing and said, yeah, we're not going to, there's not any issue with regard to the canine DNA, because the canine DNA expert found nothing because she was sent swabs, not the actual clothing, has no idea how or when it was collected, has no idea about the chain of evidence, the chain of custody of the evidence. And it was pretty much a big, giant shonda. What I'd like to show you while we are here is the most recent video from Aussie Insider. If you have not seen it, enjoy this for a minute while I take a quick break. And this is with regard to my special request that I suggest that she do a video of all the law tubers' reactions to the opening. Let me see if I can find this. And she said I could play it for you, so I'm gonna play it. Here we go. Did we play this one yesterday? I don't think so. I think we played 2 other ones. It's about 8 minutes. I'm gonna take a quick break. And we may just roll right on through into the afternoon here because it's 1:25. We may let's play this for you guys, and then we'll decide what to do when I come back. This is by Aussie Insider. Please go and listen to her, subscribe to her channel if you have not done so already. She does some amazing reaction videos, and this is called "The Whole Internet Was Outraged. Massachusetts versus Karen Reed." Enjoy.
We are outraged.
I am outraged.
He told his friends that he hoped that she would kill herself.
Oh, shit.
Holy crap. Okay, play.
He told his friends that he hoped that she would kill herself. Wow.
Wow.
He told his friends.
If early on in an investigation, the lead investigator was saying that about the worst of the worst, I still think we'd have a problem with it. I know I would. I would have a problem with it. And that's not how it's supposed to work. That's not how justice happens. That's not how investigations are supposed to happen.
You're certainly not supposed to wish them dead. And I feel as though that shows a certain level of bias, right?
He told his friend.
At the very least, that's not a professional look. That's not what you want from the lead investigator of the case. I mean, from this telling of it, at least, like that's raising my eyebrows. And
Okay, somebody said not to pause the stream. I'm pausing the stream. I am pausing the stream and I am rewinding this.
We are outraged. He was revealing information about this investigation to his friends, assuming that nobody would ever find out what he was doing and what he was saying.
Yikes.
And he was revealing his true thoughts about Karen Reed to his friends, not what he put in his sanitized police reports, his true feelings.
Oh boy.
Lead investigator Trooper Michael Proctor, right from the start, called Karen Reed names you would reserve only for your worst enemies.
What's he gonna say?
His true thoughts about Karen Reed to his friends, not what he put in his sanitized police reports. Trooper Michael Proctor, right from the start, called Karen Reed names you would reserve only for your worst enemies.
And those are?
Called Karen Reed names you would reserve only for your worst enemies.
It's pretty bad.
Names you would reserve only for your worst enemies. Enemies.
It's biased because how are you going to investigate this case with an open mind to see what genuinely happened if you think she's a C word and you hope she kills herself?
I am outraged.
That is outrageous. He told his friends that he had seized her cell phone, and you will learn that he knew he shouldn't have been accessing any content on her cell phone because he knew there would likely be attorney-client
No, he did not.
between Karen and me at that time. He knew that he was supposed to wait for a search warrant or other permission from a judge in order to go through that phone.
Oh no!
You learned that he went through the phone anyway.
Oh!
He knew that he was supposed to wait for a search warrant or other permission from a judge in order to go through that phone. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway, without permission. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway, without permission. That he had seized her cell phone. And you will learn that he knew he shouldn't have been accessing any content on her cell phone because he knew there would likely be attorney-client communications on between Karen and me at that time. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway, without permission. And you'll know that he did. He told his friends that he had seized her cell phone. And you will learn that he knew he shouldn't have been accessing any content on her cell phone because he knew there would likely be attorney-client communications on between Karen and me at that time. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway, without permission. He knew that he was supposed to wait for a search warrant or other permission from a judge in order to go through that phone. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway, without permission. This court should be outraged. And you'll know that he did because he told his high school buddies that he was searching her phone for nude photos of Karen Lee.
Get the out of here! Are you serious right now?
Because he told his high school buddies that he was searching her phone for nude photos of Karen Reed. What? And he was disappointed he hadn't found any yet. Her phone for nude photos of Karen Reed.
Oh boy.
What?
I hope they can prove that.
Oh boy.
I hope he can prove that.
For nude photos of Karen Reed.
Oh fucking
and he was
hell.
Disappointed he hadn't found any yet.
What?
Is the professional and unbiased investigator who was chosen to lead the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe.
Let that sink in.
And he was searching her phone for nude photos of Karen Reed. And he was disappointed he hadn't found any yet. That was the fuck out. Is the professional and unbiased investigator who was chosen to lead the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe.
Imagine being such a fucking lowlife.
For nude
Forgot to tell you,
photos
earmuffs.
of Karen Reed. And he was disappointed he hadn't found any yet. That is the professional and unbiased investigator who was chosen for nude photos of Karen Reed.
What?
And he was disappointed he hadn't found any yet. That is the professional and unbiased investigator who was chosen to lead the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. You will learn that one of Michael Proctor's high school friends commented to him,
I am outraged. And the reason that he can mention this in opening is because he's got receipts. He's got receipts of this.
He accessed her phone without a valid warrant for the purpose of looking for nudes. So that's just as special on every possible level.
That's oof. All right.
That's the first time we ever heard that before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they expected his phone. So if they can put that, oh my freaking God, this is even worse than we thought.
Proctor is so dirty, y'all.
He
He's
is
so dirty.
I can't say enough how much that is misconduct. That is extreme. That is misconduct, Officer Proctor.
The lead investigator in this case, Trooper Michael Proctor, who has close family ties to the Alberts, whose home Officer O'Keefe's body was found on the lawn of, was immediately searching Karen Reed's phone for nudes.
How effing low life could you be?
That is misconduct. You violated the Fourth Amendment to look through her phone, and you didn't even do it to find evidence of the crime. You did it to be nasty.
I am outraged.
We are outraged. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? The defense did an excellent job of highlighting the fury.
They have receipts.
Isn't that amazing? Go sub up to Aussie Insider. Thanks for doing that for me. I did request that video because, like so many of you, I went around after opening statements to other channels to see if everyone had the same reaction sort of as I did. And the one thing that struck me most is that everyone's jaw was on the floor. Like nobody who's been covering this case saw that coming. And it's crazy. I mean, nobody who's on the Karen Reed did not hit John O'Keefe with her car side anyway. There were some people who had tweeted about that weeks before, which was very interesting. Thank you, Randall, for your super chat. It's been over 2 weeks watching this trial. When do you think the state will call their witnesses? I don't know. That's a great point. Charlie Lynn, thanks for gifting 5 memberships. And thank you so much for your generosity, and to everyone who got them. Welcome. Thank you. Barbara, thanks. Says, get up and stretch our legs a bit. We're going to do that right now. Thank you for the $5 super chat. What is going to happen now, my friends, is I set up an afternoon stream for 1:55. I'm going to end this stream. It's going to teleport you right over to the other stream and the other chat so that we can break up the morning and afternoon, and my mods can get a little bit of break. So we're going to come back. Don't worry. As soon as I hit end on this, you're going to be teleported right over to the new stream. Let me know you made it. Get in the chat over there. And I'll see you very, very soon, about 20 minutes from now, so that we can all take a little break, go grab a snack, make some popcorn, whatever it is that you want to enjoy the afternoon with. See ya on the other side. We're going to break on through to the other side, and I'm going to see you there. Peace until 20 minutes from now.